You are listening to Football Live on Breela FM, powered by NairaBet, with Josh Bailey.
Yes, hello everyone and welcome to 4 hours of Football Live fun. It is Sunday afternoon and we have got so many games to get under our belt, and we'll get out there and let's go around to the team of reporters and let's get underway then, shall we? Because right now we've got the Premier League underway. West Ham have just taken the lead against Southampton there. Naif Aguad is the scorer in that game. That's a huge relegation clash, a 6-pointer, shall we say. And then we've also got the Serie A 2, Monza v Lazio. That is right now, Monza are losing in that game. Lazio scored in that tie, so it is 1-0 to Lazio so far. And right now, in the other game that we are covering in Ligue 1, when it's 0-0 between Reims and Nantes. That is a huge game in terms of Reims, European hopes, and Nantes' relegation hopes. They do not want to get relegated, and if they lose today, they could be sucked closer to the relegation zone. Those are the scores. And let's get going then, and we're going to head over to Ed Dowling very quickly to tell us of the goal against West Ham that has seen them in front at the London Stadium.
Yes, good afternoon to everyone, and welcome to a slightly less nervous London Stadium now that goal has gone in from the centre-back Naif Aguad, his first goal for the club for West Ham. It was a free kick deep into the Southampton half. Caleta Carr with a pretty bad challenge from Jared Bowen, and there was a right foot, I believe it was Paquetá, put the ball into the back post, and there was Aguad to head home the first goal of the game. It was subject to a very, very lengthy VAR check. Everything was in order. He was onside, and the goal was given. So a massive goal hit, relegation scrap. It's 1-0 at the London Stadium.
Ed, as for all the team news in that game, what are some of the key changes that we're seeing so far between West Ham and Southampton in terms of team news?
Well, since the international break, the majority of the changes has come from Southampton, with Sekou Mara replacing Che Adams, who obviously featured in that famous Scotland victory against Spain during the international break. With Caleta Carr, as I just mentioned there, who gave away the foul for the goal, replacing Bela Kotchap, who played against Spurs last time in the Premier League. The only change for West Ham is Areola misses out in favour of Lucas Fabianski, who's in between the sticks today. And one interesting thing I saw as well is Gianluca Scamacca is not even in the squad. So doubts about his future will start to arise, I imagine, in the coming weeks. But so far, so good for West Ham. At the moment, about 30 minutes played, and they're 1-0 up here against the bottom place team in the league.
It's been a tough time for Scamacca, hasn't it, Ed? I mean, it's been a tough time for West Ham and Southampton. Both teams haven't hit the heights of previous years. This is a 6-pointer, isn't it? Do you think that really a loss for either team could condemn their fates in terms of heading towards the Championship next season?
I think so. You don't want to use cliches, but this is a bigger 6-pointer as it gets, really. West Ham are in 18th, Southampton in 20th. So the points are really, really needed by both sides here today. West Ham should go into a bit more confidence. They are at home. Southampton's away record is terrible in the Premier League, and so that should give them every confidence to go and win this game. But as you said, Josh, David Moyes has come under a lot of stick for not getting the best out of players like Paquetá and Scamacca, who's barely played for West Ham this season, and not because of injury for most of it. But yeah, look, players like that will be the difference maker in these types of games. Let's see if West Ham have enough firepower on the bench also to see if they can get them over the line for this game, because they really need those points.
Yes, thank you, Ed. And it's good to point out Southampton's awful away record this season. But I tell you what, it's better than the home record this season, because Saints and Leicester are the only two teams to pick up more away points at home in the Premier League season. So it reflects about how bad both their seasons have been. And the breaking news coming out of England right now is to do with Leicester and the fact that Brendan Rodgers has been sacked as Leicester manager. He's been dismissed before with Liverpool, and he's now been dismissed with the Foxes. It's been a turgid time for his team this year. After the heights of previous years, they've hit a slump, and they've not been able to get back out of it. And after yesterday's last-minute defeat to Crystal Palace, Brendan Rodgers has been dismissed as the Foxes look to scrap and save their season. We will discuss that dismissal later in the show, but right now, all you need to know is Brendan Rodgers has been sacked as Leicester manager literally a couple of minutes before we begun this show. Right, from the Premier League now to the Serie A, and we're going to head over to Monza and Lazio. Monza, who got promoted last year, and they really have been fighting with the big dogs. They've taken a lot of scalps, most notably over Juventus, doing the double over them home and away this year. However, they've sort of kind of buffered a little bit as Lazio have kind of No, charged on their second in the Serie A right now, Isaac. Defeated Roma 1-0 last time out there. Oh, in a different league, in a different universe. Maybe they might be winning the Serie A this season if Napoli weren't so good.
Yes, Josh, good afternoon to everyone as well listening today. As you say, Napoli have been so good this year. Roma sitting in second on 52... Lazio sitting in second on 52 points have been absolutely brilliant. Maurizio Sarri's done a great job. And they are 1-0 up here after 35 minutes, thanks to the Spanish veteran Pedro drilling one home from the penalty spot. Nothing the Monza goalie could do about it. Zaccagni, who's been so brilliant since he signed from Verona in the summer, plays the ball in from the left-hand side into the penalty area, and the Spanish man, the forward, pounces to make it 1-0 to Lazio. But Monza are definitely in this game. You know, they've been brilliant this season, as you said, Josh, picking up scalps against Juventus. Not so many other points against the big teams, but beating teams around them, playing well, and they're definitely in this game. Andrea Petagna's had a couple of headed chances already, the big man up top. Probably, arguably, should have put them level just a couple of minutes ago, if not for a great save from Provedel in the Lazio goal. But I think we've got a great game on our hands here today at the U-Power Stadium. It's 1-0 to Lazio after 35 minutes.
Lazio 1-0 up in that game, and maybe you could expect it to stay that way because they don't concede many. They don't concede many goals. 17 clean sheets in 27 top-flight matches this year, and their record is 18 in the 2006 and 7 campaign. And they actually have the third best defence in Europe. So there we go. Thank you very much for that, Isaac. We will with you again shortly. And from the Serie A now to Ligue 1 and to Nantes v Reims with Barry Swain. Reims, he's been everywhere, hasn't he? Will Stills, the Reims manager. They lost first time in a very long time last time out. Has that defeated their spirit against Nantes today, Barry?
Well, I think it's fair to say that they've been second best in this game so far. A game that is fast approaching half-time. About 8 minutes left in the first half. Nantes 6 points above the drop zone. They should be okay. They should have enough firepower to see them clear. But a win today would certainly propel them further up the table and closer to safety. The one big chance in this game, and amazing how it didn't go in, Delort with a shot which was saved by Yevan Diouf, the goalkeeper for Rem. He pushed it away. The follow-up fell at the feet of Blas. Blas then was blocked by the goalkeeper. It came back to Blas. He had another go, blocked by the goalkeeper, and then it fell the fourth time of asking to Sissoko, and his shot was blocked on the line by Agbadou. At the other end, we have had one chance for the Arsenal striker on loan, following Balogun, of course, the top scorer in the league. And apart from that, not a lot really, but the home side have definitely been on top, 0-0.
Yes, cheers. Thank you, Barry, for that nonce. Well, it's been kind of concerning for them, really, hasn't it? Their home form's normally been so good in recent years, but this year it has been terrible. And as we're leaving Barry Swain, we have had a goal in that match.
Naira better than ever.
And Barry Swain, who said Reims was second best, or they might have been second best, but they have taken the lead and got the first goal in that game, Barry.
Yeah, well, if ever there was a goal that you could contribute to the word ping pong, then it was this one, because they have attacked down the left-hand side by Abdelhamid. First time that the Moroccan has really got forward down the left-hand side. He's crossed it in, he's hit one defender, it's hit two defenders, it's three defenders, and it's spun nicely into the path of Cajuste. He's also the only player on the pitch with a yellow card at the moment. He's the only player on the pitch with a goal. He managed to open up his body and curl it beyond the goalkeeper Lafont and into the far corner. It's 0-0, Rem 1.
That's actually huge for them. We've said that, well, they had that brilliant winning streak, didn't they, Reims, that has kind of struck the whole of Europe in terms of how brilliant that has been. And their defeat to Marseille last time out before the international break was their first defeat in 19 games. They do struggle to score goals, but they keep them out. So that could be key going into that game. 1-0 up as we go into half-time. So approaching half-time in both those games and all those games. To recap what we've just heard from our respective porters, it's West Ham 1, Southampton 0. It is Monza 0, Lazio 1, and it is Nantes 0, Reims 2, because they've scored again.
Naira better than ever.
A 1-2 punch, and Reims have knocked Nantes out because they are now 2-0 up in that game. That is two quick-fire goals for them. I wonder if it was Florian Balgon who is looking for his 18th goal of the season. Tell us about it, Barry.
Oh my word! Do you know what? I got the goal scorer wrong. It was the midfielder Flips that scored the opening goal. And guess what? He's only got another one. Flips his French midfielder, Alexis Flips. And he's in amongst the goals this season. He's now doubled them. He's got 4. He had 2 in his last 5. He's suddenly in a rich vein of form. Now, it was made by Balogun, who's into the penalty area on the right-hand side. Unselfish. He could have gone for a shot. He's got 2 defenders between him and the goals. He squares it off. And again, he opens up his body just like he does with the first goal and curls it nicely beyond the goalkeeper. It's 2-0 to the youngest manager in the French league, Will Still. He's 30. His opposite number today is 59. Antoine Gumbari. He's the oldest, by the way, double his age. But the young manager is beating the older statesman 2-0 here.
It is really impressive what Will Stills has done in Europe and for Reims, isn't it? Because Reims get fined 10 grand every time they play a game with Will Still as their manager, but it's definitely worth it because he has transformed their season. He's got them playing brilliantly, and it'll be left to see whether he stays at Reims this year, or whether maybe some of the teams in the Premier League or the Championship, probably the Championship, start looking at Will Still as a manager to lead their team to the future. But he is a bright manager with a bright future in his Nantes-nil. Reims 2. Thank you very much for that, Barry. Well, I was recapping the goals that we are covering here on Football Live, but there's also loads of other games happening around Europe, so we'll update you accordingly. In Ligue 1, it's Angers 0, Nice 1. It's Brest 1, Toulouse 1. AC Ajaccio are 1-0 up to Clermont. And as we just heard from Barry, it is Nantes 0, Reims 2. At 5:05, it's Monaco v Strasbourg. We will be covering that on Football Live. It's going to be John White with you in that game. Monaco, who have not done the double over Strasbourg since 2017 and 2018. And the big one in Ligue 1 this weekend, 8:45 between PSG and Lyon. PSG looking to bounce back from their shocking defeat before the international break. They're willing to do that accordingly. We'll see if they can. Well, we won't see, but you can keep up to date on that one. 8:45, but Football Live will be well over by the time we get to that point. And then right now in the Bundesliga, it is FC Cologne, Mönchengladbach 0. And then coming up at 5:30, we've got Bremen v Hoffenheim. We will also be covering that on this show. Jordan Nicole will be with you with that one there. And that's a game where Hoffenheim, they're fighting for their lives and they need 3 points. Bouncing back from the 3 points they got against Hertha Berlin. They're looking for 2 wins in a row. In Italian Serie A earlier today, it was Bologna 3, Udinese 0. Monza, as we heard from Isaac Dilks, is they are losing 1-0 to Lazio. Spezia and Salernitana, they're drawing 0-0 at 6 o'clock. We've got AS Roma v Sampdoria. Jose Mourinho looking to bounce back. Jose Mourinho looking to bounce back in that tie. And then Napoli, they are coming up in the big one. 8:45 against AC Milan. But let's see whether Victor Osimhen will be in that team because he's injured. He picked up an injury, and we'll let to see whether that injury one is serious or not. As well, Inter, they lost last night at home to Fiorentina. That's a big one in terms of you're a Lazio fan because that's the chance to extend your lead as the second best team in the Serie A. And right now in the Eredivisie, well, Feyenoord, who are leading the Eredivisie, they're walking towards it on a fantastic winning streak. Well, they're currently drawing 1-1 against Sparta Rotterdam. In the Scottish Premiership earlier, Celtic beat 2-0 against Ross County. In the Spanish League, it is Celta Vigo, who are drawing 2-2 with Almeria. It's 85 minutes, 5 minutes to go in that tie. They're coming up at 4:15. It's Real Madrid v Valladolid, and that is a huge one. And we've got Ash Sanford covering that one. Real Madrid, who are probably out of the fight in terms of the league, are 12 points off of Barcelona since they lost them for the international break, but they've still got Champions League to fight for and to be the second best team in the Liga. And then at 6:30, Villarreal v Real Sociedad, and 9 o'clock, Atletico Madrid v Real Betis, which will be rounding up all the games around Europe this weekend. And as I said, Salernitana have just taken the lead, and then Spezia 1-0 in that tie. Coming up for the rest of the show then, well, we're going to be talking a range of different things. We're going to be discussing the games yesterday, City v Liverpool, Arsenal v Leeds, Chelsea v Villa. We'll all be discussing with them, and we will be discussing that with our resident reporter and resident expert, shall we say, John Kane, who likes to get his opinions on all those things. We'll also be discussing the 3 p.m. kickoffs too. Tottenham v Everton as well. That is coming up tomorrow. We'll be taking a look at that, and then the midweek Premier League games as well, because there are a lot of teams in the Premier League that have got a lot of games to catch up on, and they will be playing them this week. So we'll be discussing those briefly. And don't forget, we'll be giving you all the up-to-dates on the Niner Bet odds. And in just a couple of minutes, we'll be having our expert, Niner Bet, betting expert, shall we say. He'll be coming in to give us the odds on the Newcastle v Manchester United game and the Real Madrid v Real Valladolid game. And the Newcastle-Manchester United game was the game I forgot to mention, wasn't it? Because that is the huge one here on Football Live. That is our headline game. It's a huge Champions League clash. If they win it, Newcastle, well, maybe they could start cementing their place in the top four with 2 games in hand over Tottenham Hotspur, but also closing the gap to Manchester United. For Man United, well, if they win that, they're going to all but confirm their place probably in the top 4 for next season, though weirder things have happened in football. So that's a game you're not going to want to miss. And covering that one, then it's Jack Hesson. He loves a Manchester United game, doesn't it? I feel like Jack Hesson's always on the Manchester United games. So he's a brilliant reporter, and he will be bringing you what should be a brilliant game. But right now, we're going to be bringing in our resident Naira Bet reporter. Hello, mate. Good to have you again. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. How are you? How's the Sunday going?
You know what? It's going brilliantly because I'm with you. I'm in the Football Live studios. It is fantastic, and I can't wait to get this one going. And we've got fantastic games all around Europe and the world today. But the ones we'll be focusing on are obviously Manchester United v Newcastle first for you. What do you think is going to happen in that game?
Oh, my goodness gracious. You know, the funny thing, this weekend, there have been games that have been a lot of things riding on it. Brentford and Brighton. Liverpool and Man City, United, Leicester and Crystal Palace, United and Newcastle fighting for top 4. The 2 teams who have played already this season twice. I mean, United beat them in the Carling Cup Final and the Carabao Cup Final. And obviously at Old Trafford, drew 0-0. Newcastle are a tough team. They've not let in many goals this season at all. And even though they stopped scoring goals recently, they're still a formidable opposition. Their defense, Butman and Trippier at the back, have been magnificent all season. United are second favorites to win the game at 3.0. Newcastle at 2.40, and the draw is 3.4. Honestly, I'm a United fan, lifelong season ticket holder. I always back United to win any game. But for betting purposes, I don't know if United will win.
Ooh, that's a huge statement, isn't it? Especially at St James's Park. I mean, their record isn't great there, Manchester United, in terms of they've dropped points in their last 4 of their past 6 Premier League visits to St James's Park. And Newcastle, we know how much of a fortress that Eddie Howe has made it. So there's the odds for that one. What about, have you got any odds in terms of goals? What goals to expect in terms of the over and under there, or both teams to score? We spoke about how well Newcastle's kind of defensive outlet has been.
Yeah, absolutely. The main thing here is you think, if United win the game, are they going to score more than 1 to win the game? Can Newcastle score just at 1-0 and they win the game? So in terms of number of goals to be scored in the game, personally, I would think over 1.5 goals at 1.30, and if you're braver, over 2.5 goals. Because if United are going to win, United will win 2-1. And if Newcastle are going to win, United will score a goal. So you think it will be at least 3 goals in the game. And that's the way you analyze it. At 1.91, over 2.50 seems a good bet. But both teams to score is 2.10 for no. And both teams not to score is 2.10. And both teams to score is 1.79. Crazy odds in terms of if you're looking for high... small stake, high return. A draw at 3-3 is 55.00, and a draw at 4-4, if you like a crazy game like that, is 251.00. It's a very, very tough game for United. St. James's Park is going to be rocking, and Newcastle want to make the top 4. I want United to win. I always say United will win, even if United played the best team in the world. But it's a tough game. It's too difficult to call. United 2-1 maybe.
Okay, there we go. Well, there you go. You've given your expert opinion, you've sprinkled it all over this game. You've given some fantastic odds there. So make sure you bet your bets on that odd there. As for Real Madrid v Real Valladolid, in that game's coming up in 25 minutes. Real Madrid have a fantastic home record, one of the best home records, the second best home record in the La Liga. How does that sort of affect it? Who are you expecting to win there and the odds for that game?
You think Real Madrid are the champions of Europe? They won the Champions League and La Liga last season. And you look at the La Liga season now, they are 15 points behind Barcelona. Let's all remember that Barcelona lost to Manchester United in Europa League. And they are 15 points ahead of Real Madrid. Real Madrid have been hot and cold, Jekyll and Hyde. One moment they're firing like against Liverpool. The next moment, they're losing every El Clasico to Barcelona. They should win against Valladolid today. Game kicks off in about 20 minutes time. Real Madrid are 1.18. You never get rich backing Real Madrid to win that game at 1.18. If you fancy a Valladolid upset, because some of these shockers do happen in Spain, it's not in England, at 15.00, that is Real Valladolid to win, and the draw is at 7.50. If you think Real Madrid are going to score and beat them 4-1, 5-1, and big score lines like that, then Real Madrid at 4-1 is 13.00. That strikes me as a good bet because Real Madrid do let in goals, but they score a lot as well. And they've got a terrific home record. Valladolid have got a great away record. At 13.00, that is the value bet of that game. It's a risky one, but that's why you go small stake for big odds.
Okay, cool. Well, thank you. That's a fantastic expert, fantastic knowledge. And thank you for coming in to the studio and ringing in to tell us those odds there. I mean, you'd be brave to bet on Valladolid, wouldn't you? Because they haven't won in their last 4 games against Real Madrid, and they lost 2-0 early in victory in this season. So odds there at 15.00 would be brave, but God loves a chancer. Thank you very much, Aaron. Very appreciate it very much. So, well, thank you for coming in, and we'll see you next week.
All right, take care. See you Saturday. Bye.
See you later. Thank you very much. There you go. That is our resident Naira betting expert giving you the odds. So make sure you're keeping an eye on them throughout. And we will also be speaking to John Kane throughout the show to get the odds on that. Before we head off to the team, then to Tony and the team and Nigeria, we'll go around the scores that we are covering. It's West Ham 1, Southampton 0. That is half time. It is Monza 0, Lazio 1. It's also half time in that game. And it is also half time between Nantes and Reims. And Nantes are losing 2-0 in that game. But for right now, we will go to Tony and the team.
You are listening to Football Live on Breela FM, powered by NairaBet, with Josh Bailey.
Yes, thank you, Tony. Thank you very, very much. We'll be with the team in Nigeria, well, in an hour's time at 3:52. There's a lot of football to get done then, and we're going to start this straight away. We're going to head over to England, to the London Stadium between West Ham and Southampton. West Ham are leading in that game. Take it away, Ed, and how they played at half-time.
Yeah, it's been quite an even game actually, Josh, so far. I thought Southampton started the brighter. A lot of decent chances created by them, with Romain Perraud having probably the best chance of the game, bar the goal. His sort of daisy putter shot from the left to the right corner of Fabianski's goal, and Fabianski got down very well to save that. But the crucial moment in the game for both sides concerned was Naif Aguerd's goal around about the 40-minute mark. A great ball into the box, and he just headed it in. The bottom right corner, Gavin Bazunu had absolutely no chance whatsoever. It took a very, very long time for VAR to confirm the goal. I've seen the line now that they've drawn for it. I have to say, Josh, I don't really understand anymore what these rules are. But that goal was okay, so we are 1-0 ahead for West Ham. But in terms of what the second half is likely going to look like, we've seen Kaleta Carr pick up a yellow card already, and he's made a couple really rash challenges. I'd be interested to see what his disciplinary record is for Southampton. He seems like a very, very aggressive player. But that'll be something to watch in the second half. I think Southampton are going to come out fighting here, and I know we're going to see more goals. So, you know, let's see what happens. But it should be a really good second half. 1-0 here at the London Stadium.
I mean, we always hope for goals. We always pray for goals, don't we, Ed? But Southampton, they've got to be concerned, haven't they? 1-0 down to West Ham with the terrific home form they've got. Lose today, and they are 3 points off of 17th place Leeds, with Leeds having a game in hand. They played a game more, Southampton, so this is a huge second half, isn't it?
It is. It's just one interesting stat that I should have mentioned before is Ruben Sellers, the Southampton manager. He's managed 32 games in his career, compared to David Moyes, who's managed only 904. So you can see there's a golfing experience, and obviously West Ham get their goal from their set piece. It's these little differences that ultimately keep teams up at the end of the season. But yeah, no, to lose this game would be, well, I think a lot of people would have them down for relegation there. If they lose a game like this, they have to pick it up in the second half. I thought actually they played a bit better than West Ham in the first 45 minutes, but the goals are the most important thing, and they are lacking that right now. So we're going to need to see Sekou Mara and Walcott get on the ball a bit more and try and make something happen for the Saints.
Thank you, Ed. Yes, a huge second half in the London Stadium for both teams who are in a relegation dogfight. To Serie A now, it's two teams that aren't in a relegation dogfight, but in a dogfight of their own in that match. Isaac Dilks, that's been a cracker one, hasn't it, in the Serie A?
Yeah, very tight affair here in Monza, Josh. I thought that the home team were actually the better of the two sides in the first half. Lazio had all the ball in the first 15 minutes, a couple of really good chances for Pedro, both on his left foot, the one he put away obviously in the 13th minute to give the blue half of Rome the lead, and then of another one on his left foot was just grazed the top of the crossbar. So they could have put it 2 or 3 ahead in those first 15 minutes, but then Monza just grew into the game. They play a really, really interesting 3-5-2, almost with a Red Bull style box midfield, 2 attacking midfielders, 2 defence midfielders, and then a left and right mid, Curia and Augusto, who've just been brilliant to watch. Their attacking rotations, they are up and down the flank like whippets. It's been brilliant stuff to see, and I think that's going to be their best avenue of attack for getting back into this game. Lazio looked a little bit shell-shocked by the way Monza came out fighting after that goal, so we've got a really interesting second 45 minutes that's just about to kick off in Monza here, Josh.
Yes, thank you, Isaac. Monza looking to make it 2 wins in 6. They've been in great form recently. They won't be relegated, but they're looking to find the winning feeling back, and they're going to try and do that in the second half. And now to Barry Swain. So Nantes-Reims, where Reims are leading 2-0 in France.
Yes, indeed they are just seeing the two teams come out for the second half, in fact, and Samuel Mutsunami is coming on for the home side, who had the lion's share of the first half in dangerous attacks terms. They had 34 attacks that they qualify as dangerous attacks, but then Reims had 20 and scored 2 late goals, 2 goals in a minute, both of them scored by Leroy by Alexis Flips, his 5th and 6th goals of the season, and well, 5 of those 6 have come since the turn of the year, and he's very much a second half of the season form type of guy, curling the ball beyond the reach of the goalkeeper on both occasions. The second, an assist by following Balogun on loan from Arsenal. There was a massive goal-mouth scramble earlier on at 0-0. Somehow 4 attempts on goal. Goalkeeper saved 3, and there was 1 block as well on the line from Abdel Hamid. They've kept their clean sheet intact, Will Still's side. They lead by 2-0. Notts have made that change at half-time. All to play for in the second half. Just about to kick off. It's Notts 0, Rem 2.
Yes, the second half voices are ringing around the grounds we are covering. They're ringing around the grounds of the games we aren't covering as well. Remember, it's the England EFL Trophy today as well. That's the trophy between the teams in League One and League Two in England, and that's between Bolton and Plymouth. That's currently 0-0 in that game. We're keeping you up today. And all the games, even in the ones that we aren't covering, where the main focus are going to be with our reporter that we've just heard from and the reporters that we're going to hear from now, because we're going to hear from Ash Sanford now, who is in the Bernabeu for Real Madrid v Valladolid. We heard about the Naira bet odds and what AO gave us. Do you agree with that, Ash? How do you think the game's going to go today?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a real tough one, I think, for Valladolid today. They're going to be really struggling, I think, to potentially get their themselves back into contention, to get themselves out of the relegation area. They're currently 16th place in the league, and they're going to be really up for trying to get themselves some points at Real Madrid. So I agree with the team. I think that it's going to be a tough ask for them, and there's been 6 changes for Real Madrid, funny enough, today, with these changes, with that big eye, the eye on the match coming up in the week in the Copa del Rey, I should say, Barcelona versus Real Madrid. So Real Madrid come with 6 changes. Lucas Vasquez comes in for Dani Carvajal. We've got Eder Militao, he's in for Antonio Rudiger. And Alaba, he's back in contention. He's in for Nacho. Tucumeni's in for Kamavinga. And Marco Asensio is also in for Luka Modric. Rodrigo starts today as well, instead of that fantastic player, Freddy Valverde. And as for Valladolid, they are making 4 changes from that defeat that they had just before the international break. Xavi Sanchez is out. Lucas Rosa comes in. Kike Perez is out also. Roque Mesa also back in the side. Oscar Plana is out. He's back on the bench today. And Luis Perez is also in. And Ivan Sanchez comes out, makes way for Martin Hongala. So probably about 10 minutes to go to kick off here at the Bernabeu. It's Real Madrid versus Real Valladolid.
Where do their sort of loyalties lie this year, Ash, Real Madrid? Because losing to Barcelona before the international break has sort of scuppered any opportunity, any hope they will be La Liga champions for a second year in a row. Does that mean they're going to be looking towards the Copa del Rey and the Champions League this season to salvage any sort of, success from this year?
Yeah, completely agree, Josh, on that one. They're 15 points currently as it stands, obviously, before this game starts today. They're currently on 56 points, Barcelona on 71. So they're 15 points behind Barcelona, and I think now they have to put all their eggs in the basket of the Copa del Rey and also the Champions League. So they'll be really making changes in probably the majority and the rest of their La Liga matches, because with 11 games left, you can't really see Barcelona really slipping up that gap. That's all they really have to play for, Barcelona. So I agree. I think it's going to be a huge loss for them not to retain the Liga, but they've still got 2 competitions to play in, and I believe that if they put their heart and soul into the next couple of fixtures, in terms of the Copa del Rey and Champions League, they're in with a chance of still finishing with a fantastic season.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Ash. That is going to be a really good game at the Bernabeu. I remember Real Madrid, as I mentioned in my chat with AO, have a fantastic record against Real Valladolid. They have won each of their last 4 league games against the visitors today, and that was including an earlier season 2-0 victory. Well, there we go. Then we've been around with all our teams, all our reporters. Also coming up at 5:05 is Monaco v Strasbourg. That is with John White. We'll be with him shortly to get that. Well, West Ham versus Southampton has just kicked off then for the second half. Ed Dan is the one covering that. We hadn't heard from David Moyes before, but this is what he had to say about this game in question and sort of what he expected. He was going to be a happy man either way, isn't he, so far? But this is what he had to say about the game.
Really important, but I suppose I'll be put in the same category. We played Everton a few weeks ago, we had to play Notts Forest a few weeks ago, we've had Aston Villa since then. Very similar to all those games, Every game's hugely important. Sort of picking up 3 points would be great if we can do so, but all the games in the Premier League are so tough. I've not worked it out, but I'm looking to see that there's about 9 or 10 teams could be involved in the bottom end of the table. We're one of them, unfortunately. We hoped that we wouldn't be, but we are. We have to find a way of making sure that we're safe come the end of the season, and I'm sure we will be.
Very much, yes. It's a huge game, and they say it's a game that they really need to win. It's a 6-pointer. It's the games we love in the relegation in terms of the Premier League, and it's one that West Ham are currently coming on the top 1-0 in that tie. But right now, we are going to go to Barry Swain and to Nantes because there's a possible VAR red.
Well, they're taking the time, VAR, on this. Let me tell you, right, he scored 2 goals as Alexis flipped, and they've found a way of stopping him. But the way of stopping him doesn't actually fit into the rule book of football, because Andrea Garotto, the defender for Nantes, he's gone past him, glided past him. He's on a hat-trick, remember, Flips. I don't know what Garotto is doing, but he's just chopped him down. He's sized him down, and he's got a yellow card. And I'm sitting here thinking, what on earth has he only got a yellow card for? It was a dangerous, reckless challenge. His studs were pointing straight at the shin pad of the opponent. It was reckless, and that's complimentary. It was shocking defending. And finally, after some persuasion, VAR have spoken to the referee. The referee is coming out, and he gets the yellow card out, sticks it in the air, and cancels it. And there's going to be a red card here for Andre Garotto, and this will make this all the more difficult. Well, I say that, he's come out, he's got the yellow card out and he's rescinded it, but he hasn't shown the red card yet. I'm all very confused by all of this. VAR never fails to deceive me. So it's a definite red in my opinion, and he's not shown the red card yet. He's just come off, put the yellow card back up and cancelled it, but he hasn't yet shown the red card. I'll let you know what happens, but I'm totally confused as to what's happening here at the moment. But it is still 11 against 11, and VAR ceases to amaze me. But it's still not nil Rem 2.
It's normally the job of a reporter to make the audience less confused, but that's what VAR does to people. It confuses everyone. He's very, very confusing, isn't it? And we'll hope you're okay, Barry. Hope you get some clarity over what's happening there in Nantes sooner rather than later. But right now we're going to get some clarity about what's happening between West Ham and Southampton. 5 minutes into the second half there, Ed. How's the opening exchanges gone?
Yep, Southampton starting the better here. I've noticed Sakumara, the ball isn't sticking to him at the moment. There's a lot of straight touches, and you've seen the manager, Ruben Stella, is getting a bit frustrated on the bench, and he's told Carlos Alcaraz and the Nigerian Paul Onuachu to warm up. So we could be seeing the big Nigerian coming on soon to, provide a target really for their team. They don't seem to be creating anything of meaning at the moment. So we'll see if he can come on and be a focal point for them as well. They've also got Kamaldeen Suleimana on the bench, the Ghanaian who really shone at the World Cup. So we'll see what he can do also. There's a lot of good players in the bench for Southampton. It's surprising to see them in the position they're in. There's a lot of talent there. But so far, 49 minutes gone. They started the better, but it's still 1-0 to West Ham here at the London Stadium.
One player we haven't spoken about, Ed, is Danny Ings, because he's a Southampton legend, isn't he? 46 goals in 100 competitive appearances for the Saints for 2018 and 2021. He's club hopped, he's from Aston Villa, then he's at West Ham now, and that's obviously the team they're facing today. So what can you imagine it's been like for him? How's he played today? Is there any love lost?
He hasn't really featured, to be honest. I can remember him getting fouled once in the first half, but really, I've found with Danny Ings at West Ham, it hasn't quite worked out. They've really struggled to find a good striker, West Ham, over the last 5 or 10 years or so, that really could stick and make it work. It's obviously, as we mentioned with Skamaka, who's not even in the squad today, and he cost a fair few as well. So with Danny Ings, I don't know, with his ex-club, I don't really think there's any love lost there with him going to Aston Villa in the way that he did very quickly, wasn't it, under the radar almost. But we'll see if he can pop up with a goal. Nothing so far from him. But I mean, the strikers have been very isolated so far, truth be told, Josh.
Yes, thank you, Ad. The curse of the West Ham striker, isn't it? Well, let's hope the strikers in Italy aren't very cursed, because it's Monza and Lazio we're going to go to next with Isaac Dilks. 1-0 Lazio in that game. Please tell me there's been some chances in that second half, Isaac.
I'd love to, Josh, but we're 54 minutes into the game now, 9 minutes after half time, and I've barely seen any football. There's been a lot of rolling around on the floor, a lot of writhing, and there's been 4 yellow cards for Monza in this second half so far. We've had Donati at centre back get a yellow card, Marlon as well for a horrible challenge, which I think was checked by VAR, and only remained at a yellow and not given a red, luckily for him. Courier's had a yellow, and so has Caprari in the centre forward position. So you could say they're getting stuck in, Monza. I think the individual quality of the Lazio players is showing itself now, and those tricky forwards are making life very, very difficult for the Monza defenders at the moment. But yeah, it's 55 minutes gone, and it's still Monza 0, Lazio 1.
It is, and now we're going to get to Barry Swain to talk about the VAR riddle. Wait, no, we're not, because there has been a goal in the Serie A.
Naira better than ever.
I asked Isaac for goals, and that is what he delivered, because Lazio have doubled their advantage against Monza.
Wow, yeah, Serge Guy Milinkovic-Savic take a bow, sir. An exquisite free kick, probably about 25 yards out. I'd say it's absolutely brilliant. Curling over the jumping wall. Andrea Petagna is about 6'4" in that wall, and he could get nowhere near it with his biggest leap. Just drifts over the top. Absolutely nothing Di Gregorio could do in goal. Getting nowhere near it. Straight into the back of the net. And Milinkovic-Savic scores again. The talisman for Lazio, who's been brilliant this season, in amongst the goals and assists. And he's turned it on here. He's doubled Lazio's lead. It's now Monza 0, Lazio 2 just before the hour mark, Josh.
Isaac, will Milinkovic-Savic ever leave Lazio? Because I remember, 3-4 years ago, maybe a little bit longer, Savic, every transfer window was linked to Manchester United or Barcelona or a team like that. And then those rumours have just disappeared. It seems like he'll never leave now.
I think his output probably dropped off for a couple of years. During COVID, possibly, his actual raw numbers weren't great, but the technical quality is there, for all to be seen. I think if Lazio make it into the Champions League this year, which is looking likely, they're 4 points clear of fourth at the moment, they should make those UCL spots. Maybe he'll stay for Lazio for another year, and then we'll really see his quality shine on the biggest of stages. European games make such a big difference when clubs are looking and scouting players, and I think that could be where he might finally earn his big move. Like you say, he's 27, 28 now, so he's ripe in his prime. And yeah, like you say, due a massive move, you'd think, amongst European football.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it, how players just drop off and don't hit the heights that they used to do. But thank you very much, Isaac Milinkovic-Savic, with the goal that has doubled Lazio's advantage against Monza. Now we're going to go head off to Barry Swain, who was a little bit confused last time we heard him. Don't worry, it wasn't old age, it's VAR. VAR is the issue. Barry, tell us about that. It seems like the confusion is cleared.
VAR and old age, I think. Listen, I've solved it. I've solved the riddle. For me, it's a definite sending off. But the card is yellow. He's got to have a look at the monitor. He's gone in, studs up, should have gone. He's come out, and I thought he'd rescinded the yellow card, but he hadn't. He hadn't done that box signal. He just went up and he put the yellow card in the air and said, yeah, the yellow card still stands. Not sure you're not supposed to do that with VAR. I don't know. I don't know what you can and can't get away with on VAR. But yeah, that's that one cleared up. Still 2-0 to Brentford.
Cheers, Barry. I'm glad you're not very confused anymore. We're going to bring in John Kane right now. But before we bring in John Kane, let's get this goal news, because there has been a goal in France.
Naira better than ever.
And it seems like the goals are coming when we're leaving our reporters, because Reims have just tripled their advantage. They are now leading 3-0 against Nantes. Barry Swain.
Yeah, it's all over now. Just a couple of minutes ago, Florent Balogun on loan from Arsenal went through, and he looked like he was going to score, and it was tipped round the post by the goalkeeper. Incidentally, at the other end, we've seen Moses Simon start to come into the game more down the left flank for Nantes, the winger for Nantes, the Nigerian international. But he put a good cross in a couple of minutes ago. But it's a third goal that's been scored to probably put this one to bed on, and it was a casual build-up really down the left-hand side. Balogun was heavily involved. He's got the ball into the box and it's just been touched home from close range, and it's Ito but I think got the final touch, and it's now 0 Rent 3, and they're back on winning terms again. That one defeat against Marseille a couple of weeks ago, but this is going to be another win. One defeat in 20, that's not bad going. European places not a million miles off. It's 3-0.
Yes, 3-0 there. Thank you very much, Reims, who really struggled with goals so far this season, but they're not struggling today. They're 3-0 up in that game. It's been a while since we heard from Dead Downing, so let's head off to the London Stadium. It was 1-0 the last time we heard. How's it continuing there, Ed?
Yep, just missed a really big chance of Danny Ings, actually, who's released on the left wing. Acres of space. Southampton have really pushed up to try and get their equaliser. And Joe Bowen just releases Ings, and he's one-on-one. There's one defender covering. I believe it's actually Alcaraz who's back as a forward. And he gets inside. He doesn't really seem to be knowing exactly what he's doing. He tries to beat the defender. He's dispossessed, and the ball eventually goes out for a goal kick. So that kind of sums up Danny Ings' time, both in this game and at West Ham so far. Not really been hitting the target as much as you'd have liked. So since then, though, it's been all Southampton. We've seen Kamaldeen Suleimana come on, and Sekou Mara leave the field. We've also seen Carlos Alcaraz not pull on a Wachu enter the field, so we'll see what kind of impact they can have. Obviously, Alcaraz scored for Southampton against Leicester last time out that he was playing, so we'll see if he can add anything in this game. He's quite an exciting young player, but it's 1-0 here, 57 minutes gone. I can feel an equaliser coming here, Josh.
Let's hope so, Ed. Let's hope so. Well, there we go. We're going to bring in John Kane now, and we're going to bring in John to talk about the games yesterday, wasn't it? Because yesterday was a huge game between Manchester City and Liverpool. John, welcome. How are you? Okay?
Yeah, not bad. Thank you very much, Josh.
Our resident football expert, shall we say? Let's be nice. But yeah, so Manchester City and Liverpool yesterday.
Whatever you're comfortable with, Josh. Absolutely fine.
I think the people in Nigeria would agree with me. I think they'd agree with me. The Manchester City 4, Liverpool 1 yesterday without Haaland, but that didn't really matter because Julian Alvarez put in an absolute brilliant performance along with Jack Grealish, and they kind of wiped the floor with Liverpool. What did you make of the game yesterday, John?
It was brilliant, wasn't it, from Manchester City's point of view? And I remember someone yesterday, one of the callers at half-time here on Brella on Football Live, and he actually mentioned, don't let Liverpool score first because against Manchester City, because Manchester City will come even stronger. And oh my God, one way they were very, very strong one day. They conceded that first goal from Mo Salah, and then 4 goals straight away after that. And it's just the way they play, isn't it? They were literally switched on, and Jack Grealish, I think by many who watched the game, believe that he was man of the match, and I have to agree with them. He was absolutely brilliant, and there was a point there, wasn't it, for Jack Grealish when they were 1-0 down, and Mo Salah was running with the ball, and the only player you can see coming back defending was actually Grealish, and he actually blocked him from passing it to, I believe it was Gakpo on his own, just outside the penalty area. And now, if there was no interception, if that would have gone to 2-0 Liverpool, we might be talking about a completely different game then. But no, it was actually complete, brilliant, all-round football from Man City, and it was well-deserved. And you just have to see where Liverpool are, aren't they? Liverpool are 8th behind Brentford and Brighton. No one would have believed that, wouldn't they, beginning of the season?
No one would have believed it at all. And I mean, we'll talk about Liverpool briefly, but keeping on Manchester City, I want to talk about Julian Alvarez because Jack Grealish was brilliant, and it's fantastic to see how he's sort of taking stride, isn't he? But for Julian Alvarez in the team yesterday, and could there be an argument they actually played better in the side with Julian Alvarez than they did with Haaland?
Yes, they do. I think that I know they're not very similar players, but I think the style of Man City suit them both to play it on their own. And he literally took advantage of that, didn't he? Of taking Haaland's place, and the flowing of the football helped him so much. Whereas when they're both playing together, it just doesn't suit that Manchester City system. I think as good as it is having both of them in the same squad, but I think it can be a bit disadvantage having them both playing in the same team when they're playing the Manchester City Pep Guardiola style. But yesterday, he showed what he's all about, didn't he? He won the World Cup. He scored a few goals there, hasn't he? And he was absolutely brilliant. And the goal, he actually, for the opener, the part that he played in it was absolutely brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
And I mean, Manchester City were brilliant yesterday. Do you think if they can play in that style that the Premier League title might be theirs this year?
Well, they've got a game in hand, haven't they, or two on Arsenal. They played 28, Man City. Arsenal played 29. They're 8 points behind, so it can go to 5 if, on paper, City win that game in hand. Everything is possible, isn't it? Everything absolutely possible. You could not rule out Manchester City in any way, shape or form. Arsenal only need a couple of small slips and then all of a sudden being caught by Manchester City. And as good as Arsenal are at the moment, and they have been all season, and you have to give them absolute credit, and they deserve to be top of the league, but I think the depth of squad in Manchester City is much, much superior to Arsenal, and that can be their downfall. It can be their downfall, but as we say in that, it could be Arsenal's year, but never rule out Manchester City.
Never rule out Manchester City, especially with that squad depth. Yes, they've got Champions League to worry about, and Arsenal don't have Europe, but the big game, 29th of April, the end of this month, City v Arsenal. You really think the Premier League title will be decided then? I mean, we can speak all day for the Premier League title, but let's give a little bit of words to Liverpool then. This season has been complete write-off, isn't it? 1 minute you think they're going to be going for Champions League, 1 minute they're not. What is the issue there, John?
I mean, it's bizarre, isn't it? I mean, was it a couple of weeks ago they've beaten Manchester United 7-0, which was probably the game of the season, and then all of a sudden they lose to Brentford 1-0. They've lost again yesterday to Manchester City. Yes, it is Manchester City, but in the day, this is not Liverpool that we've seen over the last 3-4 years under Jurgen Klopp. I mean, in the beginning of the season, I've always said that the losing Sadio Mane has been a big issue. And then they've got Gakpo, who was missing for the first 7-8 games. And you can understand that because he's adapting to English style of football coming from the Eredivisie, and it's a completely different ball game. But it's just not Liverpool as they are. And even Van Dijk, he hasn't been on form, hasn't he? I mean, you see the mistakes that Liverpool conceding in the back. You would not think that as Van Dijk of 2-3 years ago. It's just... You can't put your finger on it, can you? 1 minute they're playing brilliantly, they beat Man United 7-0, the next minute they're losing to Brentford. I think it's only Jurgen Klopp will know what the exact problem is. And is there something in the background that we don't know aware of? I don't know. I really don't know. But I think the one thing that I would like to see, and I don't know if Liverpool fans will agree, or obviously send your comments in, is that I think Firmino, even though he's leaving the season, but every time he came in, he was making an impact for that club. And I think make use of Firmino coming in, even that he's leaving in the season. It doesn't matter. You want him now. You don't, regardless of what the outcome of him coming, staying or leaving.
It is. It's a confusing situation, isn't it, if you're a Liverpool fan? Thank you very much, John, for the discussions on that game. City 4, Liverpool 1. The title race is heating up while Liverpool, well, they're sinking. Let's put that. That's the kindest way to put it, really, isn't it? So they're 4-1 in that game. Thank you very much, John. The scores around Europe currently then were West Ham are beating Southampton 1-0. Les Angers 1, Nice 1. Brest have taken the lead up to Toulouse. Clermont have equalised AC Ajaccio. And then Nantes v Reims, as we Barry Swain gathering up. It is Nantes 0, Reims 3 at 5:05. It's Monaco v Strasbourg at 8:45. It's PSG v Lyon. Half time between FC Cologne and Mönchengladbach. Bologna beat Udinese 3-0 earlier. Monza losing 2-0 to Lazio. Isaac Dilks covering that one. And then Spezia are still losing to Salernitana in the Eredivisie final, where they came back from the down and they won against Sparta Rotterdam. And they will continue charging towards their second Eredivisie title in 3 years. And in the Liga, currently Real Madrid, they are 0-0 with Valladolid. And we'll be hearing from Ash shortly. But so far, don't forget, this is Football Lives, powered by NairaBet.
Tottenham Hotspur.
It's all happening.
Against Brighton.
Game over. It really is.
Next Saturday. Exclusive coverage on Football Live.
It was a long ball over the top.
Well, it's gone by the form book.
It's been a pleasure having you with us.
You are listening to Football Live on Briller FM.
Football Live on Briller FM. Today's show is powered by Hollandia and Chivita.
4 hours of football every Saturday and Sunday on Briller FM with Football Live.
Hello there. Are you listening? Great, because the NairaBet free bet offer is still running. Would you like a 500 Naira free bet? then just simply add Villarreal against Real Sociedad and Napoli against AC Milan to your bet slip with a minimum stake of 500 naira, and you will receive a 500 naira free bet for every time a Nigerian player scores in those two matches. Head over to www.nairabet.com/bonus for more. NairaBet, your home of sports betting.
You are listening to Football Live on Brilla FM 88.9 and 101.1 FM, powered by NairaBet.
Have your say on today's action and interact with Brila FM on Twitter at Brila FM 889, on Facebook at 889 Brila FM, and on Instagram Brila FM 889. You are listening to Football Live on Brila FM, powered by NairaBet, with Josh Bailey.
Yes, and we are nearly an hour gone into the show that has absolutely flown by, hasn't it? Because it is non-stop action, and the action is only going to increase as the seconds tick by. We've still got 3 hours to go of this show, so make sure you're sitting down, make sure you're getting comfortable, because there's some huge games coming up, and the big one is Newcastle and Manchester United. That game is up at 5:30 and will be covered here on Football Live on Brilla FM and powered by NairaBet. So make sure you are listening and getting comfortable. Whoa, right now though, our attention's got to be in the games that are happening currently, and let's go to the Premier League, because 6-7 minutes gone between Southampton and West Ham. How's that one gone, Ed?
Yeah, more of the same, really. We've seen a bit more West Ham pressure action. There's a really good chance just now by Jared Bowen, and Coletta Carr blocks it on the line. Really, really committed defending. Exactly what you'd want to see if you're a Southampton fan. West Ham did not take the lead, and shortly after that we saw Danny Ings replaced by Mikel Antonio. So another poor game from him against his old side as well. Didn't really offer too much. And as I'm seeing now, Flynn Downs is coming on to replace Saeed Benrahma, who, truth be told, has barely had an impact in the game. Oh, sorry, no, it's Thomas Souček, who again has been very close to booking. It's quite a feisty game, this one, as you often expect with these relegation. Both teams really want to win. But it's not for lack of trying so far from Southampton's perspective. You know, they're pushing, they're probing, but they haven't found a way through. And I think experience is telling so far, Josh, with the two managers. David Moyes seems to have got one over so far on Ruben Sellers, but we'll wait and see. There's about 30 minutes left to be played, a little under that actually, and it's still 1-0 here to West Ham.
What can Southampton do to get into that game, Ed? 20 minutes, and they're 20 minutes away from sitting comfortably at the bottom of the Premier League. They need to find a goal, and they need to find it soon.
They do, yes. Well, they brought on Kamaldeen Sulemana, who I'd say is a really, really exciting player, who has no right for him to be playing for the worst team in the Premier League at the moment. He should be at a top 6, top 8 club minimum, with the talent we've seen from him. And he's come on and he's already making stuff happen. He's driving at West Ham's defence. So far, I think Southampton, they've been a bit scared to really go at West Ham. They're trying to pass it around and create the perfect goal almost. But he's really dynamic. He's trying to go directly to West Ham. So I think getting him on the ball will be very, very important. And just getting some more balls into the box. It's been a bit sluggish so far the second half. They haven't really come out and performed in the way I think they would want to. But we'll have to see. You know, these games, they can change in an instant. But I fear if West Ham get the next goal here, it's going to be all over. And as I'm saying this, I can see big Paul Onuachu getting his instructions from the manager. He's looking to come up. Let's hope he pops up with a goal, because he's a real danger in that box, isn't he, Josh?
He is a real danger, and right now, well, West Ham, they're climbing outside the relegation zone, and they are flying in the Premier League. Thank you very much. 20 minutes long in that game, and West Ham, they're currently sitting 14th in the Premier League table. Southampton are sitting right bottom on 23 points, and as I said, there will be 3 points drift of lead if they don't win this game, and they've played a game extra. Thank you very much for that, Ed. And now to Isaac Dilkson over to the Serie A between Monza and Lazio. The last time we heard from Isaac, Lazio had doubled their advantage. Have they come close to making it 3, Isaac?
No, I think Maurizio Sarri's side, he's ever the tactician, isn't he? He's just looking to manage the game out from here. Both sides have made multiple changes. Monza aren't going down without a fight, certainly. They've been on a long spell of possession over the last 5 or 10 minutes with a few shots at goal, but promising signs for them, looking to get something out of this game. For them, they've had to bring on Antov at the back for Marlon, who's been cautioned. They have to bring on Ravella's been pulled, for Kolpani in the midfield, and the target man Patania has been replaced by Danny Motta. As for Lazio, just a couple of changes so far as well. Basic is on for Luis Alberto. He's been really quiet this game. He's another quality midfielder that they have. Danilo Cataldi is off for the former Interman, Matthias Vecino. And most notably, Ciro Immobile has come on for the first goal scorer, Pedro, their top scorer this season. Immobile with 11, former Kappa Cannonieri winner, and just a quality poacher. So he might get on the end of another Milinkovic-Savic set piece, you never know, and we can have a few more goals in this game yet, Josh. But with 15 minutes left on the clock, it is still Monza 0, Lazio 2.
Monza 0, Lazio 2. Thank you very much, Isaac. And now to the La Liga, Real Madrid. They're currently drawing 0-0 with Valladolid. 14 minutes gone in that one. Ash, how's the opening exchanges gone?
Yeah, currently still as it stands, Real Madrid 0, Real Valladolid 0. And it's been a really interesting kind of start to the game. Real Madrid dominating possession as you would expect at home, keeping the ball really well. And had the chance after 6 minutes with a bit of a wild shot from Toni Kroos, just with his left foot going really wayward, just to the left of the bar. And then I love this little player, the French midfielder, Tchouameni. He had a header of a corner again from Toni Kroos, just headed it wide. But the best chance of the game, to be honest with you, was a great strike from Roque Mesra for Valladolid. He actually hit the upright. He just got the ball in the inside and dummied the defender. He whipped it to the right-hand side, struck just off the upright. It was a really great chance, and they're really unlucky not to go 1-0 up in this game so far. But still, as it stands, with just 15 minutes in, it's Real Madrid 0, Real Valladolid 0.
Do you think it's dangerous for Real Madrid, Ash, to sort of be in that mindset we spoke about of looking towards the Champions League and the Copa del Rey as their pots of success for this season? Do you think it could maybe lead to a dip in form in the La Liga?
I agree, because I think when you keep a team that's winning and doing well, that's what you should do. Keep a winning team, keep everyone happy, start your strongest lineup. They made 6 changes today with that eye on the Copa del Rey match. So I believe that if you keep a good winning team going, look at Arsenal, for example, this season over in the Premier League, they have hardly changed their starting 11. So I believe, like you said, Josh, that's the way to do it. Keep your team winning, keep everyone fit, and try and keep yourself on that winning streak of run, because you know what? Anything can happen in those games. If they lose that game in the week in the Copa del Rey, then they're just looking at that Champions League game to play and to try and win. So they don't want to lose hope. You never know, they could chase down Barcelona. It is a possibility. So yeah, still could do it.
You never know. It is why we love football, isn't it? Because strange things happen all the time. But as you said, Ash, earlier, 15 points separating the two teams respectively in the La Liga, and it would take a miracle for Real Madrid to be crowned champions of the Spanish leagues for the second time in a row. From the Spanish leagues to the French leagues and to Nantes v Reims, where Reims are running away with it really. 3-0 there, Barry. You were a little bit confused the last time we heard from you. That confusion has been cleared. We're able to enjoy the football now.
Yeah, it's a dead rubber really, this game. We've got, what, 13, just over 13 minutes plus injury time. 3-0, the visitors Rem lead, and they're in complete control. They look the likelier to score, although we just said Sentonzi go into the box for the home side, but his shot towards the near post was steered behind for a corner. 2 of the goals coming from Alexis Flips. He's just gone off for the Mali international, Kamori Dumbaye. The 3rd goal was scored by the Cameroonian Marshall Renetzi, 6th goal of the season, just to clear that up. And the Egyptian international, Mustafa Ahmed, went down in the box moments after they went 3-0 down. There was no touch. He rolled and rolled and rolled and continued to roll. He must have rolled about 30 yards back out of the box towards the corner flag. There's no contact, as I say. The referee wasn't interested, and VAR had a quick look as well, and they weren't interested. In fact, I'm amazed he wasn't given a yellow card, but he did roll quite a long way without any sort of touch at all. That just about sums up the afternoon that the home side have had inflicted on them. It remains with around about 12-13 minutes to go. It remains here. Not nil, Reims 3.
Yeah, it's a good game now. It's a shame it's become a little bit of a dead rubber now, but it's produced 3 goals. It's produced the most goals of any game we have been covering so far. Around Europe then, currently, well, as we covered a little bit earlier, it's Angers 1, Nice 1, Brest 2, Toulouse 1, Clermont 1, AC Hassio 1, Nantes 0, Reims 3. It's still half-time between FC Cologne and Mönchengladbach. Spezia, they have equalised that Salernitana. Salernitana have been climbing outside the relegation zone. And then apart from that, well, the rest of the game's coming up. See at 5:30, Villarreal v Real Sociedad. 8 o'clock is Atletico Madrid v Betis. At 7:45 is Napoli v AC Milan. And at 6 o'clock, 5 o'clock, it is AS Roma v Sampdoria. We're going to bring in John Kane again now. He's getting so much airtime. He must be loving it. And we're going to be talking about the Arsenal-Liverpool game now, the one that happened in the game yesterday. Obviously, Arsenal runaway leaders 4-1 in that tie. They run away in that game, and they're running away at the top of the Premier League, aren't they, John?
Yes, looks like it was a fantastic performance from Arsenal, wasn't it, against Leeds yesterday? Leeds thought they had a lifeline, didn't they, at one stage? It just gone out the window. They just Arsenal replied and scored a fourth, but they've been absolutely fantastic, haven't they? I think the only worry, like we mentioned earlier, is the depth of the squad. And funny enough, I was looking at Arsenal's future games, or what the games they've got left. It's not easy games, isn't it? They have to play Liverpool, they have to play away to Liverpool, in fact, away to West Ham, away to Manchester City, at home to Chelsea, who have got their own problems. So they have got quite a few tricky games, and I think what Man City will be hoping for is for them to trip in one of them, the big games, shall we say. Playing against Liverpool is a big game. Playing with West Ham is a derby game. Likewise with Chelsea. And again, like you said earlier, they're going to play Man City away as well. So we shall wait and see. But they've been on form. And I think from my point of view, Martin Odegaard has been a big difference in that squad. Absolutely brilliant player. Deserved to be a player of the season for me. He's been absolutely wonderful. And how Real Madrid let him go in the end of the day, I have no idea.
We talk about the big games, don't we, as the ones to watch out for. However, I do normally think in the Premier League title race, and it may sound a bit cliche, but it's the little games, especially in the Premier League. Every game is very competitive, and when you're in a title race, it's those banana skins, the games that you don't expect that are the most dangerous, the ones you don't want to step up on. And I think what Arsenal have done brilliantly this year is the fact that they've been able to not step up on those games, and they dismiss with those teams that could be a little bit tricky if they didn't come in with the right mentality.
No, absolutely. And I think if you look at some of the results, like if you look at last season, I think the best thing ever happened to Arsenal last season is finishing outside the top 4, because the pressure of the Champions League goes out of the window and just concentrate on the league. Yes, Spurs fans were happy about that they managed to nick that one, but I think it works for Arsenal's benefit. And I think what Arsenal did so far very well this season is exactly what you said. They managed to beat the teams that they actually, people think, might not beat them or might actually slip, and beating teams like Bournemouth 3-2. I know they've lost to Everton, I know they've lost to Manchester City as well, but at the end of the day, they beaten Villa 4-1, and look what Villa did yesterday. They're beating Leicester 1-0. That was a great result for them as well. So they're getting the points that it required, and not underestimating any team that comes in front of them. And sometimes it can be very tricky, isn't it? But I think Arteta, the way that he planned them at the moment, is do not underestimate any team that comes in front of you. Doesn't matter if that team is on the top, the middle, or bottom of the league.
And we've got to give a little word to Gabriel Jesus, isn't it? I know you spoke about Martin Odegaard, who has been brilliant for them this season, but Jesus, he obviously struggled with injury. He was out for such a long time. He's got into the team slowly, and scoring 2 goals yesterday is exactly what he needed.
No, absolutely. I mean, he started so well, didn't he, for Arsenal? I mean, there has been some doubts for some Arsenal fans. Is he going to do it for Arsenal? Well, he did, didn't he? And I think at Arsenal, he actually had the freedom to be up front without shadowing any other striker like he did. He was shadowing Aguero or Haaland, and you know, obviously he left before Haaland just turned up, but he was always shadowing, wasn't he? He was always not the main striker. He is the main striker at Arsenal. He started so well, he was scoring goals, and then the injury just, it was a bit unfortunate for him, but Arsenal kept on going, didn't they? And then yesterday he came on with a bang, didn't he? He was absolutely spot on. 2 goals. against Leeds, and it's not an easy game when you play against Leeds, and everyone can tell you that. So 2 goals, yeah, one was a penalty, but as Gary Nicker said before, every goal is a goal.
Yes, thank you very much, John. Very much appreciate your time. We'll be with John shortly again to be talking again about the games of Chelsea and Villa in particular as well. We've still got to talk about them, so we'll be hearing his brilliant football opinion throughout the show. But he might have a brilliant football opinion. He can't score goals though, but Real Madrid can because they've taken the lead.
Naira better than ever.
And to Ash, tell us about the goal of the Bernabeu.
Yes, goal here at the Bernabeu. It's Real Madrid 1, Real Valladolid 0, and it's a great break from Real Madrid. They've pinched the ball off the attackers, and they've got the ball into midfield to Marco Asensio. Marco Asensio's gone bearing down on the goal, and he just slipped it down the right-hand side to Rodrigo, and Rodrigo has smashed it as hard as he could with his right foot into the bottom corner. 1-0 Real Madrid, and it's exactly the start that Carlo Ancelotti and his men wanted. It's 1-0 here at the Bernabeu. Real Madrid 1, Real Valladolid 0.
As you spoke of the fact that Real Madrid maybe hadn't been the better side in that game, and Real Valladolid had, and they'd surprised the Bernabeu in the opening 15 minutes. What has changed since we last spoke to you? Did Real Madrid really get a foothold in that game?
I just think they're being really patient now, Real Madrid. They're starting to get the ball and trying to pinch it up higher up, pitch the ball higher up in the other end. So once they're letting the team come and get the ball against them, and then kind of pressing the ball a little bit further up the pitch. And what they've done there really well is they've pinched the ball in really key areas and managed to break into the middle of midfield and kind of create 3v4 and 4v4 situations. So that's what Real Madrid are doing. And Carlo Ancelotti will be absolutely buzzing with this start so far. Still 1-0.
It's Carlo Ancelotti who is doubting his future, isn't he? Really, he's been linked with retirement. He's been linked with Brazil. In a press conference yesterday, he said the reality is that Brazilian national team want me, and this makes me delighted, happy. But I want to fulfill and respect my contract. I love Real Madrid. Retiring after Madrid, I can't confirm it today. I'll stay here until Real Madrid let me. Make sure what you think of that one. If you have any opinions on Real Madrid and maybe Ancelotti moving to the Brazil national team or staying put in Madrid, let us know on the team, because we are going to be with them very, very shortly. We're with them, if my math is correct, in about 8 minutes' time. So make sure you're getting all your questions and all your queries, whether that be about Chelsea or Arsenal or Manchester City, all the teams we've spoke about or are going to speak about. Make sure you get your opinions to Tony. We're going to head over now from talking about Tony. We're going to go to Ed Dowling, because West Ham are still winning against Southampton. They've got 7 minutes to hold on to that lead.
They nearly added to their lead, gosh. It was a Lucas Paquetá at the back post. It's a flick on from Magurd. He takes a touchdown, Paquetá. He does the difficult bit, and his shot out of his feet just flies over the bar. And just before that, for the corner that we saw, Kaleta Carr, the Southampton centre-back, the ball comes to him and it rebounds off his foot in quite an awkward fashion, looping over Bazuna. Bazuna does very well actually to tip it over the bar for that corner I just described. So it's been all West Ham really since you last caught up with me. Southampton have been very disappointing in the second half, especially. Onuachu, I don't think has had a touch of the ball yet. They haven't got it up to him so far, and the only time they did, he was running in behind, and he's 6'7", so he's not exactly blessed with loads of pace, you'd imagine. So I think Southampton really need to start getting balls into the box, no matter what, basically. Otherwise, they are going to lose this game, and the prospect of relegation just gets a bit more realer for them. But we've got about 10 minutes left to play here. Still 1-0 to West Ham. I'm expecting a really nervy last couple of minutes, Josh.
It will be, because that game means so much. It's a game that's emotionally charged. It's a game that's got so much on the line for players, managers, fans, board members alike. And West Ham, they're currently coming trumps in that game and getting three very key points. I mean, really, we shouldn't be surprised, because David Moyes has a fantastic record as manager against Southampton, whether that be for his West Ham or Everton days. He's lost 3 of his last 19 Premier League fixtures as manager of Southampton. He's about to make it 3 in his last 20 Premier League fixtures, because they are 6 minutes away from winning in that game. It's a big game, but I'll tell you what's an even bigger game. It's the one between Newcastle and Manchester United. They met just over a month ago at Wembley for the Carabao Cup Final. Manchester United, they came out trumps in that game, and we can give you some early team news right now then. So we're going to have Nick Pope in goal. It's going to be Trippier at right back with Fabian Schär, and Botman's 2 centre backs with Dan Burn at left back. It's going to be a midfield 3 of Longstaff, Guimaraes and Joe Willock, and then a front three of Murphy, Isaac, and Saint Maximin. So it's pretty much the team you would have expected for Newcastle, and it's Isaac who has been in fantastic form, hasn't he, for Newcastle today. Well, he scored 6 goals in his last 10 league appearances for Newcastle, will become the third Swede to score at least 3 consecutive Premier League fixtures, which will be emulating Freddie Ljungberg and Zlatan Ibrahimovic, who did it for the team that Newcastle are facing today, Manchester United. It's a much changed team since the days of Ibrahimovic, and it's a much changed Manchester United sort of outfit and attitude really since the days under Mourinho, because they've got a new one in Ten Hag, and the team lines up as this. It's David De Gea in goal. It's then going to be Dalla and Shaw lining up as with the 2 fullbacks of Martinez and Varane as your 2 centre-backs. It's then going to be a midfield 2 of Scott McTominay, who's gone back from his fantastic form against with Scotland, scoring 2 against Cyprus and 1 against Spain. It's going to be McTominay and Sabitzer lining up the midfield 2. It's then going to be Fernandes lining up behind Wout Weghorst with Marcus Rashford and Anthony either side on the wings. That is a 4-2-3-1. For Manchester United, it's going to be a 4-3-3 for Newcastle. That's going to be a very fascinating game. Man United outplayed Newcastle, really, didn't they, last time? And we'll be seeing Newcastle try to play an attacking outfit in the Carabao Cup final. Will they go back to more of their defensive ways? Well, you're going to find out. That game is coming up at 4:30. And it's going to be a huge one. But West Ham, well, they've just come really, one of the teams have come really, really close, haven't they? Oh, wait, before we do go to Ed Dowling, though, I'd have to cut you off because we have a second goal for Real Madrid.
Naira better than ever.
It's the second goal for Real Madrid, and they have taken the 2-0 advantage in that game, and it is 2-0, and what a huge, huge goal that is for them. And here is Ash Amford to give you the details.
Yeah, it's Real Madrid 2, Real Valladolid 0, and it's another fantastic break again from Real Madrid. They've gone down the left-hand side this time. Rodrigo's hit it across to Vinicius Jr. Vinicius Jr. He's got so much raw pace, guys. He's got the ball, he's crossed it in, and it's Karim Benzema with his 12th goal of the season. Diving header, bottom corner, no chance for the goalkeeper, and it's 2-0 here at the Bernabeu. It's Real Madrid 2, Real Valladolid 0.
Huge goal for them. That means they're going to be cutting the Barcelona's lead to 12 points now with still a big advantage. However, any sort of game they can make is a game that they'll be happy with. It's now Real Madrid 2, Real Valladolid 0. And now back to Ed Dowling. Ed, before cutting you off there, but Southampton have just hit the bar.
Yes, it's exactly what I was saying for them to do. Get balls into the box, try and get Onuachu on the end of a cross. That's exactly what they did. I believe it was Armstrong, cuts inside, dinks a ball to the back post, says Onuachu, no one's beating him in the air. And it's a really good header, actually, to Fabianski's left. And it just cannons back off the bar, and he can't get the rebound away. So very, very close there for Southampton. A late scare for West Ham. I'm expecting a few more chances before the end of the game here, Josh. But that's exactly what Onuachu can do when you give him the service that he needs, and they haven't been doing that so far, hence why they're not winning. There's about 5 minutes left, 1-0 to West Ham.
5 minutes. That's a big 5 minutes of both teams to hang on in that tie. A 6-pointer, and the game that West Ham are going to be taking the 3 points, but it will feel like a 6-pointer to either deals now because Monza, they're 2-0 down, but they came really close to halving Lazio's lead.
Yeah, Josh, I mean, Monza will be kicking themselves. Danny Motta, who's come on as a substitute for Andrea Petagna about half an hour ago now. Gilt-edged chance. He'll be kicking himself in the changing room after the game. Just a great opportunity to make this added time and just really put some pressure on the Lazio players. It's Colpani in the midfield who strides forward in an absolute vacuum of space in the Lazio half, and he unleashes a wicked strike with his left foot. Really stings the gloves of Provedel. He can only parry, and it's dropping as easy, kindly as you like, just on the half volley for Motta. Right on the penalty spot, and he blazes it over the bar, and he puts his head in his hands. He wants the ground to swallow him up, as he couldn't quite find the back of the net. It's massive chance for Monza. They've been brilliant in these last 15 minutes, but haven't quite found that goal they've been searching for. So at the moment, we're 2 minutes into added time now. It's still Monza 0, Lazio 2.
I guess Monza can take some positives from the defeat that is all but inevitable, really, isn't it? Monza 0, Lazio 2. I'm still saying they've played really, really well, but they just haven't been able to find the back of the net. A team that haven't been able to find the back of the net haven't played well. That was nonsense. They've lost 3-0 to Reims. But before we go there, we have a goal in the La Liga, and it's now 3-0 to Real Madrid.
Naira bet better than ever.
It has been an absolute walkover in the first half at the Bernabeu. At one stage, Asha reporter over there was saying Real Valladolid were playing better than Real Madrid. But since that moment, since the time that Real Madrid got the goal in the back of the net, well, they haven't looked back because they're leading 3-0. And we will get to Ash after Tony, who's going to take over now for the next 8 minutes in Nigeria.
You are listening to Football Live on Breela FM, powered by NairaBet, with Josh Bailey.
Yes, thank you very much, Tony, and thank you. Always a pleasure. We'll be with you again in about an hour's time. And it was really interesting to hear some of your comments about Brendan Rodgers joining Chelsea after him being sacked at Leicester. Obviously, he was an assistant manager under Jose Mourinho during his tenure with the club back when he won the Premier League twice. He did the double in that season, back to back, and a lot of you would have him back. I mean, I think he would be a fantastic candidate for Chelsea, a proven track record with Liverpool and Leicester. So whether he goes to Chelsea or Tottenham is yet to be seen, but I think it would be a good candidate. So that's a really good shout for any of you that have suggested that one, who are listening to this show and have been calling in and just texting in to discuss that with Tony. Right, well, there was loads of full times while everyone disappeared, while we headed off to speak to Tony. West Ham finished off against 1-0 against Southampton, but there was a goal at Real Madrid that we discussed shortly. They are 3-0 up in that tie. Ash, tell us about that goal.
NairaBet, better than ever.
Well, Josh, it's actually currently Real Madrid 4, Real Valladolid 0. So basically, guys, it's absolute mayhem here at the Bernabeu. There's another goal from Benzema, another goal and another cross again from Vinicius Junior. He's cut back, he's crossed it in, and he's got himself another goal, and he's completed his hat-trick, a 7-minute hat-trick. He's completed Benzema. He's got another goal with an overhead kick, a great break down the right-hand side from Real Madrid, and Rodrigo's just dinked it to the back post, and Benzema's just done an overhead kick. It's kind of like a bicycle kick stroke. I don't know what it was, but he managed to get it into the goal. Great finish to make it 4-0. Benzema's 14th goal, La Liga goal of the season, and his hat-trick in this game today. It's Real Madrid 4, Real Valladolid 0.
Thank you, Ash. You're breaking all the goal news. You should be a presenter. You should be in the chair doing my job. Thank you so much, Ash. Before we head back to round the reports, I just want to get to word for you on Karim Benzema, because he's absolutely phenomenal, isn't he? The best striker in the world, would you say?
Yeah. Karim Benzema at the moment, he's showing his form. He's always regular. He's a first name on the tee sheet for Real Madrid. Carlo Ancelotti can always rely on him, and I believe at the moment he is the best centre forward in the world. Ballon d'Or winner as well. So look, this is the man at the moment, and he'll be looking to fire Real Madrid into the Champions League semi-finals as well.
Hat-trick for him today. Phenomenal player. It's an absolute pleasure to watch him week in, week out, and it's an absolute pleasure for you to be able to watch him 4-0 in that game. We'll be coming up to half-time shortly. So with the other games at half-time, well, we've got West Ham, who defeated Southampton 1-0. So let's head over to Ed Dowling to get reports on what is a huge victory for the Hammers and a huge blow for the Saints.
Yes, all West Ham fans can breathe a sigh of relief. All 3 points wrapped up today, courtesy of a goal from Nayef Aguerd in the 28th minute, I believe. Header from a really well-worked set piece. Subject, of course, as you often are these days, to a lengthy VAR call, but it was given. And aside from that, Southampton did hit the bar in the latter stages of the second half. Paul Onuachu coming off the bench to try and help his team get an equaliser, but unfortunately it wasn't quite enough for him and his side. Jared Bowen also hit the bar in the first half with a really good strike. But ultimately, it was a game short in quality, short in goals. And there's a reason why I think these two teams are struggling as much as they are this season. But West Ham picked up all 3 points today. Southampton, very, very bad for them now. They really have to be looking at life in the Championship soon. They have to prepare for that soon. Because if they keep playing like that, that's what they're going to get. But it's ended here at the London Stadium, 1-0 to the hosts.
Is this the type of result, Ed, that propels a team season? For West Ham, it's a huge 3 points for them. They're in fantastic form now, especially at home. That's 5 games on the bounce, which they haven't lost at the London Stadium. But they're now 27 points, only 1 point ahead of the relegation, but have got a game in hand key. So do you think today was a huge day in terms of momentum for them?
Perhaps. I mean, on paper, I think you'd say, Southampton at home is probably the easiest fixture in the whole calendar. So if West Ham didn't win this, I would be sure that they'd be going down. So look, they can take a lot of positives from it. It's a very good result for them. But how much we can actually read into this, I don't know. I think Southampton are one of the most likely contender to go down. So how much you can take away from beating a side like that, I don't know. But look, West Ham, they played okay. wasn't amazing. If I had to give my prediction now, I think West Ham will stay up. I think they've got enough quality to stay up. But it wasn't the best performance in the entire world, but they did what they needed to do, which I think is all David Moyes really wanted today. So they can go home happy. But yeah, let's see. It's more against teams in the top half of the table where you think, have West Ham turned a corner or not. I think Southampton ultimately isn't the best judge of where a team's at because, frankly, they're terrible.
There's a nice way to put it, isn't it, Ed? Thank you so much for your time today. Brilliant as always. We will see you next week, and you have a fantastic evening. And it's West Ham's solitary defeat. It's West Ham's now. They've got 10 Premier League wins against Southampton in this corresponding fixture. And it's a fantastic winning 6, drawing 3. That's 7 wins against Southampton in the Premier League history for West Ham. Now we're going to go from London to Monza, and Monza, who were just lost to Lazio 2-0. And there's going to be Isaac Dilks with the full-time report.
Yes, a massive win for Lazio away from home today against a very impressive Monza, actually, who I think should feel a bit bereaved that they didn't get some sort of points out of this fixture, or at least a goal, which they certainly look like they earned and deserved after the 90 minutes. Lazio took the lead on 13 minutes through the evergreen Spaniard Pedro and doubled their advantage with a sumptuous free kick from Sergei Milinkovic-Savic. He is a Rolls Royce in that midfield, and his quality showed today, and that just put the result beyond Monza, unfortunately. Those 3 points put Lazio 7 points clear of 4th, as they're just looking to secure a UCL spot, as we spoke about earlier, next year. And Monza stay 13th. They're well clear of relegation by 15 points, I think. And today's just really a sour note in a very sweet debut season in Serie A for them. It finished Monza 0, Lazio 2 at the U-Power Stadium in Italy.
There was worries on the Lazio faithful that, since they were knocked out in Europa Conference League to AZ Alkmaar, their season might have fallen apart, but now defeating Roma 1-0 and defeating Lazio 2-0. Monza 2-0. Their season is very much on track. Thank you very much, Isaac. As you said, pleasure as always, and we will see you next weekend full time there. Then it is Monza 0, Lazio 2. Monza, who have done really well this season, but they're just starting to stall a little bit. But that is only their second loss in their last 9 home league games. They've got a fantastic home record. But Lazio is going to be a stain on that record. Now off to Barry Swain, then and on to the M's. And that game has been finished for a while now, not because of the full-time report, but the fact that Reims, they ran out comfortable winners in the end, didn't they, Barry? 3-0 there.
Yeah, they did 3-0, and it was game over pretty much at half-time. Up until the 38th minute, you have to say that Nantes had the better of the game. It was a very open and entertaining game. They had one opportunity, Nantes, where they had 4 shots at goal in the space of 5 seconds. Goalkeeper making 3 blinding saves, and then a 4th was blocked on the line by the defender. But then a goal from Flips opened his body up and placed it into the corner. 60 seconds later, same player, similar finish after an assist from following Balogun on loan from Arsenal. And they put the game to bed 13 minutes after half-time when the Cameroon international, Morrison Menetzi, was able to finish off a flowing move. The game ebbed and flowed. They tried hard not to get back into the game. Frustration, really. They were lucky to be 11 men all the way through to the end. VAR had a look at a yellow card, but for me was a guaranteed cast iron. Red studs up showing dangerous tackle, but somehow VAR could not change the mind of the referee, and he stuck with his yellow. Strange decision. It didn't alter the outcome of the game, though. Another victory for Rennes and another victory for Will Still. His stock as a 30-year-old English manager continues to grow. And just to think, he isn't even a qualified coach yet, but another 3 points for him. Nantes 0, Reims 3.
Well, a fantastic statistic for us that I've got here is the fact that now that clean sheet, it's their 5th consecutive clean sheet on the road, and they have broken a 70-year record. Will Still is breaking all the records in France and in for Reims, and he's doing a fantastic job. Thank you very much, Barry. You was presenting yesterday, reporting today. He's a very busy man, Barry Swain. He deserves that very well-earned rest full-time there. Reims 3, or Nantes 0, Reims 3. It's now half-time in the Bernabeu and between Real Madrid, who are absolutely walloping Real Valladolid. It's 4-0 there at the half-time Brakash.
Yeah, I don't want to say it too early, but I think it's game over here, and it's only half-time. It's Real Madrid 4, Real Valladolid 0, and then there's an emphatic first half from Real Madrid. Real Valladolid did start really well. Honestly, the first 6-7 minutes, they kept the ball quite nicely. They had a shot, they hit the upright. They got into some good little pockets of space. But then Real Madrid, they just decided to turn it on. a goal from Rodrigo, and then a 7-minute hat-trick from the Ballon d'Or winner, Karim Benzema. Absolute wonderful finishes. All variety of goals, I should say. One with his right foot curling into the bottom right-hand corner. A fantastic diving low header into the bottom corner. And a very, very acrobatic bicycle kick into the net as well. So he's got himself a 7-minute hat-trick. His 14th La Liga goal of the season. And I think there's no way back here for Real Valladolid. It's currently half-time here. Real Madrid 4, Real Valladolid 0.
Benzema really just does seem to go from strength to strength, doesn't he? Every time you think you've seen the best of Real Madrid and France's number 9, he just does to seem to do something even more ridiculous. A 7-minute hat-trick. I'm jealous you're watching that, Ash. It's been absolutely brilliant, and I'm sure he'll be looking to get his 4th, 5th, or 6th in that game. You never know what quite Benzema is going to do. We're going to go to the Louis II Stadium now in Monaco, who are hosting Strasbourg today. Monaco used to have a fantastic record against Strasbourg at home. They went on a run of 22 wins from 23 games at home between 1980 and 2017. Recently, it hasn't been as good, has it, John White? How's the opening 5 minutes gone there?
Yeah, it's been all Monaco in this opening 5 minutes, as you'd expect, given the league on table with Sam Benya there, as he always does, looking extremely dangerous. And he's joined by his fellow Ben as his other striker again, Ben Seguir. So, be an interesting game here. Monaco, obviously the favourite. It's been an interesting start in these first 5 minutes, but as I said, it remains currently Monaco 0, Strasbourg 0.
Thank you very much, John. How do you think that game's going to go, John? I mean, Monaco haven't been, they were doing really well this season, weren't they? But since then, with a back-to-back home defeats against Nice and Reims, how do you think the game's going to go today?
Yeah, they've been a bit inconsistent in recent weeks, have Monaco, but if you just look at the names on the team sheet, I mean, you've got Youssouf Fofana, been an absolute beast in midfield for them this season. So in terms of talent on the team sheet, you'd always have to go with Monaco, but we'll just have to see how the game goes on, because as you said, in recent weeks it hasn't always gone the way you've thought with this team.
Thank you very much. We'll be staying with updates with John White in Monaco throughout the next 2.5 hours of the show. Right now, though, we're going to turn our attention to the big game that is Newcastle United being Manchester United. So much issue between those two teams, and well, the history has only been amplified in recent seasons. As I mentioned earlier, they met in the Carabao Cup recently, and they are both going for the Champions League this year. A win for Newcastle today will take them level on points on Manchester United. So this is an absolutely big game for both teams, isn't it, Jack Hesson?
It is indeed, Josh, and a very good afternoon to you. I'm looking forward to this one, no doubt. Who would have thought at the start of the season we'd be looking at these two teams as potentially looking to try and get the top 3 in the Champions League places? Newcastle, yeah, the money was coming in, but you didn't expect really the dramatic rise in Manchester United with the season that they started. Again, just incredible that they're in this position. In terms of lineups, then Newcastle have an unchanged lineup from their 2-1 win over Nottingham Forest before the break. They've been on good form since that EFL Cup defeat to Manchester United last month. The lineups then go as followed. Nick Pope starts in goals. Kieran Trippier, Sven Botman, Fabian Schär and Dan Burn make up the back line. A midfield three of Sean Longstaff, Bruno Guimaraes and Joe Willock, and an attacking midfield front three even of Alan Saint-Maximin on the left, Jacob Murphy on the right, and inform Alexander Isaac leads the line. For Manchester United then, they make 3 changes from that dramatic 3-1 FA Cup win over Fulham before the break, when they really weren't at the races, but Fulham collapse handed them the victory. Anthony replaces Jadon Sancho, Diego Dallo replaces Wan-Bissaka, and Varane replaces Harry Maguire. Full lineup then, David De Gea starts in goals, back line of Luke Shaw, Lisandro Martinez, Rafael Varane and Diego Dallo. In the midfield, Scotland superstar Scott McTominay. He gave me and my fellow Scotsman a great night on Tuesday with that 2 goals against Spain, and he starts in a midfield defensive 2 with Marcel Sabitzer. It's attacking midfield 3 with Rashford on the left, Anthony on the right, Bruno Fernandes in the attacking midfield central position, and Wout Weghorst leads the line, still looking for his first Premier League goal for Manchester United. Should be a good one.
Jack, I mean, it's going to be an absolute crack at this, isn't it? I think Newcastle... how do you think Newcastle are going to play today? I'll start with them, because I think in the Carabao Cup Final, I think Eddie Howe was sort of baited by Eric Ten Hag to play a bit more open brand of football. Do you think they'll be seeing a bit more of a traditional Newcastle style of play today in terms of, defensive solidarity first, compared to that of what we saw in the Carabao Cup Final?
Yeah, I think we'll see something that's a bit more in comparison to the game at Old Trafford. Of course, it was a 0-0 draw in that game, which I think gave Newcastle so much confidence. They have done... It's been strange how they've done against the teams up in and around them this season, because they've had defeats to Manchester City, but at the same time draws to Manchester United, draws to Arsenal, and I think that has been the one barrier for them, is actually teams at the top. They've not been as convincing, but it's the teams lower down than them and the sort of the harder, grittier games that they're getting through and getting wins, like the previous two games. The game against Nottingham Forest was a tough one for them, for example, and they got through that by winning 2-1. So I think we're going to see a bit more of a consolidated performance, but the atmosphere at St James's Park this season has been electric. The crowd will be right behind them, and I think you look at that game at Old Trafford, a 0-0 draw, you look at the game today, the chance to go third due to a massively superior goal difference. I think if they start on a front footing, then it could be a good evening for them. For Manchester United, I think they are the better team, but again, they're under a lot of pressure with, I think, the stadium and the atmosphere and the momentum behind Newcastle at the moment.
I mean, I think you're spot on in terms of St James's Park and the atmosphere it delivers. Only Manchester City and Liverpool have won league matches away to Newcastle since Eddie Howe was named manager in November 2021. The Newcastle manager has made this a fortress. He's won 15 of the last 27 top-flight fixtures in Tyneside, drawing 9 and losing 3. He lost 2 to Liverpool. But Manchester United, what have they got to do today to sort of kind of go along with the wave of that, how St James's Park does? Because the last time they were in an atmosphere like St James's Park, they lost 7-0 to Liverpool. So they haven't done as best maybe in those intimidating atmospheres. What have they got to do today?
They have to play better than they did last week. They got away with one big time. Newcastle are a much better team. Fulham have done well this season, and I think Fulham's a good example of Manchester United coming up against a team who are flying this season, doing well, and they take them on the front foot. Yes, it's a cup game, so it's slightly different, but Fulham really showed a good resolve until that collapse later on in the game. Newcastle are a different animal. I think they're a better side in almost every department, as they've shown, and where they are in the league this season. And again, at home, it's going to be difficult for them. For Manchester United, again, it comes back to the crowd. If they can get some early chances and kill the atmosphere, kill the momentum, then they might be able to try and get back into this game. But it's not going to be an easy one for them, and I think the only thing they can take is that they play better than they did 2 weeks ago, because that performance was abysmal. Any Manchester United fan will probably tell you that. And yeah, if they play better, then I think they've got a chance, but I think Newcastle will have the momentum to try and see it out, especially with the chance to go third as well, which just adds another layer to what we're going to see this afternoon, I think.
Yeah, Manchester United have been a really weird one. I mean, they've drawn and lost in their last couple of games. They're in danger of failing to score in the last 3 consecutive league matches for the first time since February 2020. They've not been in great form. I mean, the Carabao Cup Final and 2 wins in the process of their last one have sort of been over the cracks. So Manchester United, they've not been great. In terms of Champions League, how big is this today? Because, Newcastle move level on points. United go ahead of them into third due to goal difference. If United win today, do they sort of, I know there's a long way to go, but they sort of cement their top in the spot in the top 4, Jack?
I think that's the momentum for them this afternoon, going into a tough place where they know if they win, it really does cement that top 4 spot, because if they lose, then it completely drags them into it, with Tottenham still, of course, in there as well. And then there's still so many games to go where, either 3 of these teams could slip up. And if Manchester United, if they do have any further slip-ups, then it could be an awkward one for them from a position where they looked quite strong, they looked quite comfortable getting that top 4 spot, a bit like Arsenal last season, where it did look like it was going to be comfortable for them, and they just gradually started chipping away at results and ended up outside the top 4. I still fancy this Manchester United side, given how well they've recovered this season, to actually go and get that top 4 spot. But yeah, I mean, if they lose this afternoon, then it opens it all wide up for Tottenham, of course, as well.
Yes, thank you very, very much, Jack. Very much appreciate you. Right, now we're going to have some odds. We're going to go over to John Kane to get the best odds before we jump into that game.
The latest big match odds with NairaBet.
Yes, the latest odds from NairaBet. Of course, there's a few games happening at the moment. One of the games that we keep an eye on is Cologne versus Mönchengladbach. The reason why we haven't mentioned it at all yet, because there's been no goals yet. There's 5 minutes to go till full time, and it's 6.50 for Cologne to win, 1.25 for the draw, and if you think Gladbach can score an away goal in the last 5 minutes, it's 10.0. The other games, Real Madrid, it's half-time, it's Madrid 4, Valladolid 0. It's suspended for a Real Madrid 1, which quite understandably, but if you think Valladolid can come in for the draw, it's 29.0 and 101.0 for a Valladolid win. The games that we keep an eye on as well in France Ligue 1, 30 minutes gone, it's still Monaco 0, Strasbourg 0. It's 1.57 for a home win for Monaco, 4.0 for a draw, and 6.5 for Strasbourg away win. Now let's talk about the big game. The big game, Newcastle against Manchester United. Well, the match results in 90 minutes. It's Newcastle are 2.38 at the moment. For the draw is 3.5. Manchester United are 3.10. They just got slightly up a bit in the last couple of seconds. Now, if you like goals, everyone likes goals here on Football Live. If you think that Newcastle will score, shall we say, more than 1.5 goals, that means 2 goals or more, Newcastle at the moment are 2.15. And if you think they're going to score more than 2.5, so that's 4.33. Don't forget, they are playing at home. However, if you think Manchester United will score more than 1.5, it's 2.50. And of course, all these odds are subject to change.
Thank you very much, John. He gives us the odds. He gives us his Premier League opinions. What can't he do? Thank you very much. We'll be hearing him accordingly in maybe like the next hour or so to give us more odds on the game. But it's the big game. It's Newcastle v Manchester United. Jack Hesson is going to be covering that one, and we will be with him throughout the game. For any updates, for any drama, for any goals, we will be straight to Jack Hesson. That game is coming up in just over 10 minutes' time. One game we haven't covered so far is the game between Werder Bremen and Hoffenheim. It's a tie that means so much. Well, I would say to both teams, the Werder Bremen are in the precarious position of not really having much to fight for this year, Jordan Nicolo. Why? Hoffenheim, well, they need a win. Just 2 points separates the bottom 4. They currently are 15th, so 3 points today is huge if they want to be a Bundesliga team next year.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. I'm looking forward to this fixture between Werder Bremen and Hoffenheim at the Westerstadion. I'll start with the team news from Werder Bremen, the home side. Niklas Füllkrug, he starts up front today. He's been in fine form. He's the top goal scorer of the Bundesliga with 15 goals, and he was great during the international break. He scored 3 goals in 2 matches for Germany. For Hoffenheim, who are struggling in the relegation battle, like you mentioned, they start with Kevin Akpoguma, the Nigerian international. He played over the international break, and he had to be substituted after being on the end of a head collision, and that prevented him from playing the second match for Nigeria against Guinea-Bissau. But he's made a full recovery, and the Nigerian centre-back starts today, so I'll be keeping you updated with everything Kevin Akpoguma and everything Werder Bremen and Hoffenheim. Kick off in just under 10 minutes.
Thank you, Jordan. Yes, 10 minutes away from that game in the Bundesliga in terms of the relegation battle. It doesn't get much bigger than that. On the opposite end of the table yesterday with the Bundesliga, well, it was the clash between Borussia Dortmund and Bayern Munich. Bayern Munich were at home and they won that game 4-1. It was Thomas Tuchel's first game in charge as Bundesliga manager after the drama that ensued this week. Julian Nagelsmann being sacked out of nowhere after being in fantastic form in both the Bundesliga and the Champions League, respectively. But it was the defeat against Leverkusen last week, the 2 weekends ago before the international break, that sort of was the nail in the coffin for him, wasn't it, really? So was the nail in the coffin for him, and that's why Thomas Tuchel took over. And in his first game as manager, well, it couldn't have gone much better, beating Borussia Dortmund 4-1 in that game. And did you see the howler from the Borussia Dortmund goalkeeper? The ball was played by Upamecano down the throat of the Borussia Dortmund team between the two centre-backs. The goalkeeper came rushing out just to clear it. A routine clearance, completely missed the ball, and the ball was in the back of the net. And that is what sparked the chaos and the thumping of Bayern Munich towards Borussia Dortmund as they ran away with it. It was 4-2 actually in that game. Apologies for that. It was a slip of the tongue. 4-2 in that game. Right, well, we've got 8 minutes till every other games get kicked off here. We've just had a kick-off at Real Madrid, who are leading 4-0 against Real Valladolid. How was the opening couple of minutes gone there, Ash?
Yeah, early stages here. Still Real Madrid 4, Real Valladolid 0. And another strike from just outside the box. And another crossbar attempt as well. It's like Real Valladolid, they try to score everything but not getting any joy. Really early exchanges after 6 minutes, just in the inside and just hit the upright. So it's really unfortunate that they've just started well. They actually started the first half really, really well too. So they'll be disappointed that they can't get back in the game. But they'll be throwing the kitchen sink at everything. They're going to have to try and keep their goal difference in check, to be honest with you. They're on minus 22 in their goal difference. So that will act as kind of like a point deduction kind of towards the end of the season. They're currently sitting in 16th place. So they really need to get themselves away from that relegation, just 1 point outside the relegation slot. So their goal difference has really taken a bit of a suffering today. So they'll be at least trying to keep the score at least the same or try and get some goals back themselves. But as it stands, 48 minutes in, Real Madrid 4, Real Valladolid 0.
Cheers, Ash. No goals there. We just had a goal in Monaco.
Naira Bet, better than ever.
They have taken the lead against Strasbourg. It is 1-0 in that game, and it's a huge goal for them. Their season has been in danger of fading away a little bit as we spoke about their stats. 1 point from the last 3 games, a back-to-back home defeats against Nice and Reims. Both are not scoring in that tie, and they've not lost the 3 successive games at home since 2018, but they have scored. They are 1-0 up against Strasbourg, a Strasbourg team that They need points, don't they? They need points there. They've been in really bad form this season. Things have picked up a little bit with Federici, Antonot, and Antonetti as their manager, and things have improved drastically, but they're still only 3 points above the drop. And a defeat today, well, it wouldn't be great for them because they need points. They need them quickly. Monaco 1, Strasbourg 0. Venderson with the goal in that game. We'll go around we'll get to John White now. Tell us about that goal.
Yeah, that's 1-0 Monaco, and it's Vanderson who managed to put the chance away for his team. It was some lovely play out of the back from Monaco. From goalkeeper to striker, it looked like everyone on the team got a touch. It ended up with Ben Yedder, who just slides it through into the centre of the box. It's a right-footed finish. Not a difficult job, but he's done it. And it's now Monaco 1, Strasbourg 0. As you said, that's huge implications on the table. Monaco now putting pressure on Marseille and Lens above them for that final Champions League spot, and that has certainly helped them. So after 20 minutes almost, it's Monaco 1, Strasbourg 0.
Thank you, John. We love goals, and goals is what Football Live is all about.
Tottenham Hotspur
It's all happening.
against Brighton.
Game over. It really is.
Next Saturday. Exclusive coverage on Football Live.
It was a long ball over the top.
Well, it's gone by the form book.
It's been a pleasure having you with us.
You are listening to Football Live on Briller FM.
Football Live on Briller FM. Today's show is powered by Hollandia and Chivita.
4 hours of football every Saturday and Sunday on Briller FM with Football Live.
Hello there. Are you listening? Great, because the Naira Bet free bet offer is still running. Would you like a 500 Naira free bet? Then just simply add Villarreal against Real Sociedad and Napoli against AC Milan to your bet slip with a minimum stake of 500 Naira, and you will receive a 500 Naira free bet for every time a Nigerian player scores in those 2 matches. Head over to www.nairabet.com/bonus for more. NairaBet, your home of sports betting.
You are listening to Football Live on Briller FM 88.9 and 101.1 FM, powered by NairaBet.
Have your say on today's action and interact with Briller FM on Twitter at Briller FM 889, on Facebook at 889 Briller FM, and on Instagram Briller FM 889. You are listening to Football Live on Briller FM, powered by NairaBet, with Josh Bailey.
Full time between FC Cologne and Mönchengladbach, 0-0 in that game. The other scores around Europe are as followed. Lorient, well, they won 3-1. Lille beat Lorient 3-1. Lorient was sent down to 10 men. A lot of red cards actually in Ligue 1 this weekend. Brest, well, they beat a 10-man Toulouse 3-1. And Clermont, well, they run out winners against AC Ajaccio, who were in front in that game, but they were also down to 10 men, 2-1 in that tie. Angers and Nice drew 1-0. And then Nantes, as we reported by Barry Swain, well, Nantes, they lost to Reims 3-0. And as John White, we heard just before we went to that ad break, Monaco beat Strasbourg 1-0. At 7:45, it's PSG v Lyon. And at 4:30, coming up in just 2 minutes' time, it's Werder Bremen v Hoffenheim. It's Werder Bremen v Hoffenheim, and Jordan Nicolai is the one that's covering that one. Bologna beat Udinese 3-0 earlier on. Today, Monza, they lost to Lazio 2-0, and as our report, Isaac Diltz reported on that one. And Spezia and Salernitana, they drew 1-0 in that game. Salernitana getting a goal back to even Stevens at 5 o'clock. It's AS Sampdoria, and at 7:45, it is Napoli v AC Milan, a Napoli team that could possibly be without Victor Osimhen. He picked up an injury in midweek, an injury that could see him without and not in the Napoli team, and the Serie A is pretty much wrapped up. However, the Champions League is still there for them to claim, and without Osimhen in the team, well, they might struggle to do that. Feyenoord, they go out runners against Sparta Rotterdam 3-1 to still sit comfortably in the Eredivisie and still be leading that one. And Sittard the Groningen will Sittard beating Groningen 1-0 in that game. Earlier as well in the Scottish Premiership, Ross County lost to Celtic 2-0. In the La Liga, Celta Vigo and Almeria drew out to a 2-all game. 54 minutes gone in the Real Madrid v Valladolid game. That is 4-0 in that game, as Ash Fanwood has been reporting with us throughout the last 54 minutes of that tie. Coming up at 5:30, Villarreal v Real Sociedad, and then 8 o'clock is Atletico Madrid v Real Betis. Also in the CAF Confederation Cup, Rivers United of Nigeria, they travel away to ASEC Misomas of Ivory Coast there. So that's going to be 2 games. That's coming up at 5 o'clock between those 2 games in the CAF Confederations Cup. Rivers United looking to get into the final, hopefully win that competition there. And there's been a goal in the Eredivisie.
Naira bet better than ever.
No reporter at that game, and we're doing our best to keep you updated, and they have just equalised against Sittard. However, let's roll back a bit and reverse because the goal has been disallowed. Oh, that's disappointing, is it? Thought we had our first goal of the next 2 hours, because that is right. We have just crept in past the 2-hour mark with 2 minutes and 2 hours and 1 minute on the clock, and we've still got 2 hours to go because we've got Manchester United v Newcastle v Manchester United coming up. The teams are just walking onto the pitch right now, and we will be with Jack Hesson shortly to get any updates on that game. But I can tell you that St James's Park is booming. It's absolutely electric inside the Tyneside Stadium, and it's going to be a game that neither team wants to lose. 0-0 in that tie. We spoke earlier as well about the Brendan Rodgers sacking, and the Leicester chairman said as follow. He said the achievements of the team under Brendan's management speak for themselves. We've experienced some of our finest footballing moments under his guidance, and we will always be grateful to him and his staff for the heights they helped us to reach on the pitch. Off the pitch, Brendan embraced the culture of the club and helped cultivate an outstanding developmental environment, particularly during the transition to Seagrave, and provided strong leadership during the unprecedented challenge of the coronavirus pandemic. His place in Leicester history is assured. However, performances and results during the current season have been below our shared expectation. It had been our belief that continuity and stability would be key to correcting our course, particularly given our previous achievements under Brendan's management. Regrettably, the desired improvement has not been forthcoming, and with 10 games of the season remaining, the board is compelled to take alternative action to protect our Premier League status. The task ahead of us in our final 10 games is clear. We now need to come together, fans, players and staff, and show the poise and quality and fight to secure our position as a Premier League club. Well, what do you think? Do you think that the sacking of Brendan Rodgers was justified? Who knows? Well, I mean, it's the load of debate, isn't it? Do your sort of previous achievements mount up and sort of justify your ability to stay at the club and the reasons to stay at the club because of what you've achieved previously? Clearly, Leicester did think that originally, but there comes a point where things probably weren't going to get better at Leicester City. And after yesterday's defeat to Crystal Palace, the chairman of Leicester City decided to sack Brendan Rodgers and claim another Premier League manager to the axe this year. There has been so many, hasn't there? The names are as follows: Scott Parker, Steven Gerrard, Frank Lampard, Nathan Jones, Thomas Tuchel, Bruno Lage, Ralph Hasenhuttl, Jesse March, Patrick Vieira, Antonio Conte and Brendan Rodgers. It kind of embodies this modern culture of Premier League football and modern football where time really isn't a privilege. Time is short. And if you don't deliver results and quickly, you'll find yourself being booted out the door. But we do have another goal on Football Live.
Naira bet better than ever.
Sittard have just taken a 2-0 lead against Groningen, and Groningen, who did have the ball in the back of the net, had equalised, but however, the goal was thrown away because it was offside, and Sittard have now doubled their advantage before half-time. They now need 2-0 in the Eredivisie, and that is a goal, and that's the way we want to start these next 2 hours, isn't it, Jack Hesson? Because you are watching the Newcastle and Manchester United game for us. A couple of minutes have gone in that tie. Was the opening, a minute, telling you?
Yeah, a couple of minutes gone in this game still. Newcastle 0, Manchester United 0, and I can tell you the noise is deafening. It's really going to make a difference in this game, and I think it did early on because the Newcastle United players just seem to have so much more momentum. When Manchester United started with the ball, they had it in the back line, and Newcastle United players pressuring the back line forced them into kicking it out of play, and Newcastle got a bit of dominance. They won a corner just a minute ago, and the noise from the corner was just crazy, and that's simply just winning a corner. Manchester United, for this game, the only way they're going to get something out of this is if they silence that crowd. And I think trying to catch them on the counter seems to be what they're trying to do. They'll try and opt for Rashford on the left-hand side. I think if they snatch a goal, it really could kill that atmosphere, but at the moment, Newcastle looking very lively in the early opening stages. 3 minutes played, still Newcastle 0, Manchester United 0.
If Manchester United lose this game, Jack, is there a danger that Man United season might start to slip away under Erik ten Hag?
Yeah, I think it would. I think there is a chance of that. The next game, there'll be so much more pressure. Newcastle will have so much more momentum. Tottenham will smell blood and think that they can have a go at them as well. And with that terrible goal difference that they've got, just 6 goal difference compared to Newcastle's 20, Tottenham have a better goal difference as well. I mean, that'll come from 2 games really. The 4-0 defeat to Brentford at the very start of the season, and that 7-0 defeat to Manchester United. 7-0 defeat to Liverpool just a few weeks ago. I think that really could show that makes all the difference. It's going to be tight. It could come down to goal difference. If it does come down to goal difference, they're not getting the Champions League.
Exactly, and like you said, it can just come down to 2 fixtures in the end. Last month's 7-0 defeat to Liverpool, which was an absolute freak result, and then Brentford losing 4-0 to Brentford early on in the year. But defeats don't come lightly to Manchester United. They've only lost 1 in the last 16 league and cup games, so they don't know how to lose, shall we say, and that is a brilliant habit to have. Thank you very much, Jack. We will be with you throughout the next 2 hours because that game is going to be something special. A game we hope could be equally as special is Werder Bremen and Hoffenheim. Jordan Nicolai is with us on that one. How have the opening 5 minutes gone there, Jordan?
It looks lively at the Westerstadion. It's a full house, and there's a lot riding on this game for Hoffenheim. Like you mentioned before, they are in a relegation battle, so this is a must-win for them. I'm sure Nigerians will be hoping that Kevin Akpoguma can stay in the Bundesliga and not be relegated. It's been a lively start, a few fouls, no chances to speak of so far, but Hoffenheim are keeping more of the possession as you'd expect. Like I said, this is a do-or-die affair for Hoffenheim, but so far at the Westerstadion, it's Werder Bremen 0, Hoffenheim 0.
And to Ash Shanford, who is covering the Real Madrid walkover against Real Valladolid.
Yeah, still the same here. Real Madrid 4, Real Valladolid 0, and it's settled a lot in this second half. Not much really to report on in terms of chances, but there was a poor mistake actually from Joaquin Fernandez. He tried to bring the ball down at the back. The ball's gone probably about 50, 60 feet in the air, and he's just kind of tried to lightly can kind of control it and trying to take it out to the right back, and he's made an absolute howler of it. And Vinicius Junior has just literally snatched it off him and trying to scuff the shot, and he went straight into the keeper's hand. No real danger for the goalkeeper, but a poor piece of defending, and a really another chance for Real Madrid. But as it stands, it's still Real Madrid 4, Real Valladolid 0.
No goals there, but we do have a goal in Ligue 1.
Naira better than ever.
And it's a huge goal in terms of the Ligue 1 relegation battle because Strasbourg have found an equaliser against Monaco. We said that Monaco have not done the double against today's opponent since 2017, and Strasbourg are proving exactly why, because they have equalised. A team that was doing so brilliantly last year, they finished 6th. With 63 points. It was one of their best seasons in Ligue ever. This season they haven't hit the same heights, but they're back on the road to success, and they've got an equaliser, haven't they, John?
Yeah, it's now 1-1 here at the Stade Louis II, and there were premonitions of this goal earlier. There's been a couple of times where Strasbourg got given a corner, but they played it short and looked to catch Monaco off guard, and that's exactly what they've done here. It's played short and whipped in from a different angle that just catches all the defenders off guard, and Mathiba has an easy header past the keeper to equalise seemingly against the run of play. But as I said, Strasbourg have looked dangerous from these set pieces, and that's something Monaco are going to have to rectify if they want to continue to put the pressure on the upper places in Ligue 1. But 30 minutes gone, it's now Monaco 1, Strasbourg 1.
A good game that seems to be bubbling up in France, and it seems like there's a good game bubbling up in England because Newcastle have had an early chance against Manchester.
Yeah, really good chance, and ultimately it was a really good block from Lisandro Martinez. Kieran Trippier on the right-hand side plays a perfect cross to Alexander Isaac at the back post. Isaac, the angle isn't good enough for him to go for the shot, so he does the smart thing, gets it into the middle. Well, Longstaff is there, he hits it on the volley, and Lisandro Martinez, it was goal-bound, but he manages to get the block in and stop that. Just about a minute earlier, Sabitzer on the overlap in the box, advancing towards the byline, has lots of space, tries to play it across, and again, good defending from Newcastle stops a Manchester United opportunity. So decent defending in both situations for both teams. Both teams looking deadly, could mean a lot of goals. At the moment, however, it's still 8 minutes played. Newcastle 0, Manchester United 0.
Where does Isaac sort of rank in terms of the best strikers in the Premier League, and what have you sort of made of him so far this season, Jack? 6 goals in 10 league appearances for Newcastle, and he didn't have the injury when he first joined the team. It'd probably be a lot more, wouldn't it?
I think it absolutely would have been a lot more, and I think Newcastle might have been in an even stronger position earlier on in the season if he was available. I think he's an excellent player. I think, you know, the money they've paid for him, he's shown his worth in just, as you said, just a small number of games. I thought he was an excellent player at Real Sociedad. It was a great signing to begin with, a smart one, and I think they're showing that in terms of best strikers. I mean, how many great strikers do we have in the Premier League? It's hard to tell given the sample size is relatively small at the moment, but I think as that grows, his stature will also grow as well.
Yes, thank you very much, Ash. And there we go, no goals there, but there's another goal in Madrid.
Naira better than ever.
And from Jack to Ash, because we'll get with us very shortly, because Real Madrid, they have taken the lead in that game. But we also have another goal, because Strasbourg have turned it around.
Naira better than ever.
They are now 2-1 up in that game. 2 back-to-back quick-fire goals on Football Live. One game goal doesn't really change the outcome of things, but the Monaco game, well, it does, because Strasbourg have flipped on the head. 2-1, 2 quick goals for them. But first, let's go to Madrid here about Real Madrid's 5th goal.
Yeah, Real Madrid 5, Real Valladolid 0, and it's another great piece of skill for Vinicius Junior. The ball's been lumped up the field, to be honest with you, and Vinicius Junior has controlled it on the chest. First time running, bearing down on goal. And as he's bearing down on goal, he's cut back along the defender and he's cut it back to Rodrigo for Rodrigo to score his 2nd goal of the game. And it's Real Madrid 5, Real Valladolid 0, and there's no coming back now.
Is this a statement victory for Real Madrid, Ash? Is it a statement victory to say, you know what, we're not giving up on the league yet?
Yeah, well, I just kind of feel that, I think after the international break and losing that last game to Barcelona so devastatedly in the last minutes of the game, from Kessie scoring that goal, Frank Kessie scoring that goal in the last minute for Barca. I think the international break might have just helped Real Madrid kind of reset and kind of get back to kind of basics. So they're probably going to start this rest of the campaign really trying to get themselves, just try and stay intact with Barcelona and just wait for any slip-ups, because you know what? There's still 11 games to go in La Liga, so it's still possible. So yeah, as it stands, it's still 4. It's the goal's been disallowed. So it's still Real Madrid 4, Real Valladolid 0. The goal was disallowed, so I'll just give you an update on that now, guys. It's 4-0.
I can't believe it. We just had 2 goals back to back and they've both been wiped off. Clean slate. How heartbreaking is that? We know we live for goals here on Football Live, but that is absolutely devastating. Ash, let's go back to you. Why was it disallowed?
Well, I think it was due to handball in the build-up from one of the Real Madrid players. So I think they brought it back. I don't understand referees when they can look into 3 or 4 different sets of passages of play from, I'd say, potentially a minute before the actual goal was even scored. So it's pretty poor, to be honest with you. But if it's a handball, it's a handball. You know, it is what it is. But I think they've gone back so far to try and get that goal cancelled out that they probably could have scored another one in the same type of time. So a little bit disappointing for Real Madrid, but I don't think it's going to affect the outcome of this game. It's still going to be 3 points to Real Madrid, and they'll close that gap down to 12 points. So Real Madrid 4, Real Valladolid 0.
No 5th goal in Madrid, however, it's still a statement victory for Carlo Ancelotti's side. And as me and Ash discussed there, and as he confirmed, it really is just to say, you know what, we're not out of this yet. We're still going to hang around. It's not going to be totally easy for Barcelona, well, as easy as 12 points can get. We're now going to head over to John White, because that goal in Strasbourg was disallowed to bring the scores all square once again. What happened there, John?
Well, I think this is a goal, or lack of a goal, you're going to see on social media afterwards, because it is an extremely tight call. I'm sure a lot of critics of VAR are going to use this as an example going forward. It's a counter-attack from Strasbourg following a Monaco corner. It ends up on the box with the original goal scorer, Mathiba, and he gets a cross in. It looks okay, and it's headed in by his other striker Diallo, but on VAR you can see not only is he marginally offside, and I mean marginally, the ball actually is the cross by Mathiba is deflected off the foot of the defender. So that's 2 possible reasons why you would expect that to go in, but ultimately the referee has disallowed it, to huge protestations from the Strasbourg players, and we remain 1-1 just about here in the Stade Louis II.
Thank you, Sean. I mean, what are everyone's thoughts on VAR? I mean, today we've seen 2 examples in Monaco and in Lens, both in Ligue 1 actually, of where VAR has caused confusion and hasn't been used as effectively as it always is. We see it in the Premier League all the time, where there are so many VAR mistakes, so many times the VAR doesn't run as efficiently as it can. What are your thoughts there? Let Tony and the team know, because we are going to be with them shortly in about 8 minutes' time. So let us know your thoughts on VAR and whether it has a place in the English game. But maybe don't text him right now, because things are really heating up in Newcastle. Both chances for both teams. It's end-to-end stuff, Jack Hesson.
It really is end-to-end stuff, and I think both these teams have started quite well there. A chance for Manchester United, the ball won by Scott McTominay, a tough but fair challenge on Guimaraes in the middle of the park, launches him into a counter-attack, he hits it to Anthony. Anthony driving towards the box, finds a run of Weghorst, feeds in Weghorst. He's got a tight angle on it, to be fair to him, manages to get the shot away, hits the side netting, but it did look very dangerous for them there. Newcastle haven't been as perhaps explosive or on the front foot as I maybe expected, or maybe a lot of us expected that they would be in this game. It has kind of settled down for them a little bit perhaps, but nonetheless I think both these teams are looking quite good at the moment. It'll be interesting to see who will break the deadlock, because 40 minutes played, it's still Newcastle United now, Manchester United now.
From one striker to another, Jack Hesson, because we spoke of the fruits of Isaac and how well he's done, but what about the rotten fruits of Wout Weghorst, because he really hasn't impressed as much as people maybe thought he would?
I kind of feel sorry for him, because I feel like every time I cover Manchester United I'm always going on about Weghorst, and again I know what he's there to do, I know why Ten Hag's brought him in, and it's just not working, I don't think, at the moment.
Yeah, it's not working. It's not working. But I'll tell you what is working. Ligue 1, because Strasbourg have found the back of the net.
Naira better than ever.
Minutes after they had their second, it was scraped off the VAR, but they've responded in brilliant fashion, because they have scored and they have put themselves in front 2-1. They weren't disheartened by the VAR controversies as described by John White, a reporter there. And it's Diallo for Strasbourg, and Diallo, who is on loan from Manchester United and who is doing absolutely brilliantly at Strasbourg. He's their top scorer. He has 6 goals in 7 games, or make that 7 goals in 8 games, and has scored 2/3 of his team's goals during that period. He is lighting up Ligue 1, and he is charging Strasbourg towards 3 points, and 3 points that he means so much to them in terms of staying up in Ligue 1. Monaco 1, Strasbourg 2 in that tie. And now let's go to John White. Tell us more about Diallo's goal.
Well, there was doubt about the first one, but there's no doubt about this one. I mentioned earlier, it was the set pieces that have proved to be Monaco's Achilles heel again. This one, it's a wide free kick, but it's another in-swing and cross, and it's close in the box. It could be an own goal, or it could be Diallo's. I'm sure there'll be an argument about this after the game amongst them, but for now it is 2-1 to Strasbourg, and Monaco really seems to have took the foot off the gas after that first goal, and they've been given, well, almost 3 warnings now. And it is currently Monaco 1, Strasbourg 2.
These two teams seem to be scoring in unison because Real Madrid now have their 5th.
Naira bet better than ever.
A bit like Strasbourg, Real Madrid's goal was chalked off for VAR, but again, they weren't disheartened like their French counterparts, and they have got their 5th. It's Real Madrid 5, Real Valladolid 0, and we were with Ash Sanford very soon, but first we're going to go to Jack Hesson, because Newcastle have just had a massive chance.
Oh, absolutely. That really should have been 1-0, and again, it was down the right-hand side. This time, Jacob Murphy with a cross into Isaac. He meets the head of Isaac. Isaac with a great header forces David De Gea into a world-class save. The rebound drops to the feet of Willock. All he has to do is hit it anywhere in the goal, apart from David De Gea, who's on the ground, doesn't know anything about it, and he hits it right in to David De Gea. That should have been 1-0. An absolute set-off from Willock, and it means that it's still at the moment 0-0 with 17 minutes played.
It seems like you're absolutely watching a phenomenal game there, Jack Hesson. This is going to turn into one of the Premier League classics. I think it's Newcastle 0, Manchester United 0, but there are chances of both teams, and it feels like a matter of time between one of Eddie Howe or Eric Ten Hag's team gets on the score sheet in that tie. We're going to go back to Ashan for now to tell us about Real Madrid's 5th.
Yeah, like you said, speaking of phenomenal, and it's phenomenal stuff here at the Bernabeu. Real Madrid 5, Real Valladolid 0, and it's another fantastic build-up. And one of the goal scorers has come provider in this goal. Rodrigo with the assist. Great little build-up, little 1-2. I think they did a little 1-2 at least 2 or 3 times before the actual goal went in. They broke down the right-hand side and they got the ball into the left and popped it into Asensio. And Asensio had the ball outside the ball, had a chance to shoot. He cut it back to Rodrigo, and Rodrigo just kind of dummied the defender and just slipped it back to Asensio, and Asensio just side-footed it into the net. It was a beautiful, constructed goal from Real Madrid, and another confident finish from Asensio. It's Real Madrid 5, Real Valladolid 0, and like I said, game well and truly over here at the Bernabeu.
Thank you, Ash. And in a corner of Germany sits Jordan Nicolai watching the Werder Bremen-Hoffenheim game. 90 minutes gone from that. We haven't heard from you in a while. Jordan, what can you give us?
Yes, Hoffenheim had an opportunity to take the lead in this match. It was a great through ball from Kramaric, and he played in Ilhas Bebu. And it looked as if he was just about to curl it into the far corner, but it was a fantastic block from the Werder Bremen centre-back, Friedel. He got his chest on the ball, threw his whole body at the ball, and he bailed his goalkeeper, Pavlenka, out and denied Hoffenheim a goal. Hoffenheim have been dominating. It's as if they're at home. They are really playing some good football. Not too many chances created, but it does. If you're a betting man, you would think Hoffenheim might score in this first half the way they're playing. But so far, Werder Bremen 0, Hoffenheim 0.
A roundup of the scores then so far. Well, earlier in the day, West Ham defeated Southampton 0-0. Newcastle are drawing 0-0 with Manchester United. Monaco are losing 2-1 to Strasbourg, as we heard from Jordan there. Bremen 0, Hoffenheim 0, and as well, Real Madrid 5, Valladolid 0. And in the early games we covered, it was Monza who lost 2-0 to Lazio, and also it was Nantes who lost 3-0 to Reims, Will Stills Reims, who is really taking the footballing world by storm. It really is turning into a cracking game of football live, isn't it? And before we go to Tony, just quickly tell us about the chance for Newcastle, Jack.
Yeah, massive chance there. St Maximan on the left-hand side gets across into Longstaff. Longstaff free header gets it towards goal. De Gea rooted. If it hits the target, it's in, and it goes wide. Manchester United just can't handle the crosses into the box from Newcastle. A goal feels almost inevitable for them. Still 0-0, 20 minutes played.
Thank you, Jack. And now off to FJ, who is covering this time.
You are listening to Football Live on Breela FM, powered by NairaBet, with Josh Bailey.
Thank you, FJ, and let's not waste a second because there is a huge Champions League clash going on between Newcastle United and Manchester United. It will have ramifications across the league. Jack Heston, what's happened since we've been away?
Well, as you know, before we left for the break, you know, they were really under the cosh. Manchester United, 27 minutes played, it's 0-0, and really it looked like Newcastle were on the front foot. A great chance from Willock, absolute sitter, to be honest. They should have scored. A chance from Longstaff with the header. Since then, Manchester United, they have weathered the storm a little bit. The momentum has went out of Newcastle just a bit, but they aren't making anything with the possession they've got at the moment. I mean, that shows in the stats. They've just had 2 shots off target compared to Newcastle United's 5 shots, 3 on target, 1 off target and 1 blocked, which was goal bound from Longstaff in the early stages. So they're coming back into the game about Manchester United as they needed to do. They've weathered the storm, but it's about where they go forward from there. 28 minutes played, still Newcastle United 0, Manchester United 0.
Has the opening half an hour gone how it thought you would, Jack?
Well, about 10 minutes ago I was thinking Newcastle haven't been that explosive, they haven't been that, on the front foot and attacking, and then that 5-minute spell happened where they had 3 really great chances to score, and it's kind of fizzled back. Manchester United have got themselves back into the game a little bit. In terms of their approach, it's pretty obvious that they're trying to go for crosses into the box, and Manchester United just cannot deal with them at the moment. Every cross that's going in is finding Isaac, finding Guimage, finding Longstaff in the box. And that's something that they really have to sort, because if Newcastle keep resorting to it, then eventually Law's averages, one of them's going to end up in a goal.
I think so, wouldn't it? And like you said, it can't be a while before a goal evades this game any longer. Both teams really playing full force. Thank you, Jack. It's a 0-0 in that tie. 30 minutes gone there. 5 minutes left between Real Madrid and Valladolid. We've heard a goal before we went off to Nigeria. Has there been any more chances since then, Ash?
No, not many chances, to be honest with you, since then. But Carlo Ancelotti has had the luxury of bringing off his 2 star men, and he's managed to take off Benzema and Vinicius Jr. So that's great news for Real Madrid fans, because they will be looking forward to that game in the Copa del Rey midweek against Barcelona in that second leg. On the chance of stats, you've got Real Madrid this season. This is their 3rd time, actually, that they've scored 5 goals. They scored 5 goals against Celtic in that Champions League game back in November 2022, and they also recently beat Liverpool 5-2 as well in that game in the Champions League. And so this is their 3rd time this season scoring 5 goals, and the last time they scored 6 goals was back in November the 6th, 2019 against Galatasaray, and again that was in the Champions League. But still, as it stands here, it's Real Madrid 5, Real Valladolid 0.
Yeah, Real Madrid, they'll be dreaming of 6 goals today, and that's going to do it without Karim Benzema, but he won't be too disappointed, will he? A 7-minute hat-trick for the French striker. He really is creating history every game and every year he plays, and 7 minutes to score 3 goals. It's an incredible stat right now. Well, there's 5 goals there. There's no goals in Germany between Werder Bremen and Hoffenheim. How close are we there, Jordan?
Hoffenheim are playing some brilliant football. Despite all the noise from the Werder Bremen fans, it doesn't seem to be putting off Hoffenheim. They are really going for this one. They are fighting for survival. And boy, can you see that. Nigerians will be happy to hear that Kevin Akpoguma has been playing well at centre-back. He has kept Fulkrug quiet in this match so far, and that is not easy to do at all. Hoffenheim keep on pushing. And the Werder Bremen is just a question of, will their defence crack? So far, they've stood strong to everything Hoffenheim has thrown at them, but Hoffenheim will continue to push as we hit the 30th minute mark in this first half. Werder Bremen 0, Hoffenheim 0.
Thank you very much, Jordan. Off to John White, because it's 2-1 there. Strasbourg taking the lead before half-time. Tell us about, give your half-time report, John.
Well, you've had a game of 2 halves, but that was more of a half of 2 halves before and after Monaco got that goal. Before, it was all in favour of the home side. Wissam Ben Yedder playing brilliant, as he often does in this league. But as soon as Monaco scored, it seemed to wake Strasbourg up. I mentioned earlier the free kicks and the corners putting a lot of pressure on the defence, and they have looked shaky from set pieces, perhaps a lack of organisation, and that really cost them because now they are losing to Strasbourg and they're playing like that. Well, perhaps they do have the highest stakes, just trying to fight away from that relegation zone. They're currently, as it stands, 3 points clear if they get the win here and up into 15th place. So it'll be interesting to see if they can continue that and if they can put some daylight between them and relegations. For half time, it's currently Monaco 1, Strasbourg 2.
Goals everywhere so far. Goals in that game. Goals around Madrid. 0-0 in the two games that kicked off at 4:30 between Werder Bremen and Hoffenheim, and between Newcastle and Manchester United. That's about half an hour gone in that game. 32 minutes. It really is heating up, isn't it? It really is. Right, we're going to have a little bit of a cool down now because we're going to bring John Kane in for a second to have a little bit of a conversation with us. We said we'd bringing him throughout the show, and we're going to talk Chelsea with John. Chelsea. It's really hard to put into words, isn't it, how much of a mess it is over in the west side of London.
No, absolutely. I mean, you look at their position, they're 11th, and obviously they swapped their place with Aston Villa, who beat them at home yesterday. And now Chelsea got 38 points, and they're more nearer to the relegation zone than actually nearer to the top four, which is quite remarkable, considering a team will actually spend about £500 million just in the latest winter transfer market. And I think I said it last week or the week before. I think the Chelsea's big problem was they spent all that money on all these players, but they needed a centre forward. None of them were centre forwards. They bought playmakers, they bought an anchor players, and they spent a lot of money on that. But their problem has always been someone at number 9 up front to score the goals. And Kai Havertz and Christian Pulisic are not the answer for Chelsea. And also you got Lukaku, who's on loan still at Inter. Well, he's not having the best of times at Inter, to be fair to the guy, but it's still like, you know, it looks like it's coming to it's the beginning of the end, isn't it, for Graham Potter? Everyone thought, right, okay, they're gonna pull it off, and they had a good result last week, and then again this week they sort of lost at home when everyone was expecting them to get the 3 points, weren't they, against Villa? But Villa, to be fair, you can't take anything away from Villa. They've been absolutely brilliant yesterday, the way they played, and I think their captain, John McGinn, I think John McGinn is probably one of the most underrated players in the Premier League at the moment. He's been phenomenal for club and country, hasn't he?
He has been absolutely incredible. I mean, John, stand by because we've just had a chance at Manchester United. Is it a goal, Jack Hesson?
Unfortunately not, but for Manchester United it was a half chance, and really the way they've been playing at the moment, that's more than they can ask for. Rafael Varane on the left hand side plays a great ball that splits the Newcastle United defence. Bruno Fernandes bearing down on the left hand side, the Newcastle defence to recover. Fernandes manages to get the ball across. Diego Dalot running in at the back post. Dalot's got a few options. He's got Weghorst in the middle, he's got McTominay. He can take a touch and try and go for the shot. He opts to go first time and he scuffs it. Chances have been at a premium for Manchester United in this game, and they've really got to take the ones that come. They didn't there. 35 minutes played, still Newcastle nil, Manchester United nil.
Manchester United failed to score in this game. It will be the first game in a very long time that they have failed to score in 3 games in a row. And like we said, they're struggling to create chances, and it seems like they're struggling to take them. Chances have been at a premium, and they yet to find the back of the net. Neither are Newcastle. But the way it seems like Newcastle have been dominating in that game. A team that have been dominating in their game is Real Madrid, and they have just got a 6th goal.
Naira bet better than ever.
As Shanford said, they haven't scored 6 goals since against Galatasaray in the Champions League many moons ago, but they've got their 6th today. It's been all a bit of doom and gloom in Madrid over the international break, but they've responded in style, and with 6 goals that are going to break the clouds and welcome the sunshine in, because it's a performance that'll put smiles across the faces of all the Real Madrid fans, and maybe, just maybe, give them a chance of the league title. We'll be with Shanford shortly, but now we go back to John Kane just to tell us about, to continue our conversation about Chelsea. And really the question is, John, I think it's pretty simple. Should Graham Potter get the sack?
It seems like it, isn't it? It seems like he's about to get sacked. Seems like it's probably the way forward. He's not really getting his players to gel very well. You look at them and you look at Brighton, his former team. It's 2 different stories, isn't it? Brighton talking about Champions League football, aren't they? definitely European football next season. Yet Chelsea, with all that money, and obviously Graham Potter is tempted to go to a big job, and he's very entitled to do so. But people are going to start questioning, was he the right person in the first place? Was it too early for him in his career to go there? I don't know. It's a gamble, isn't it, when it comes to football sometimes? I mean, also, you look at some of the players. I don't want to upset any of the Chelsea fans over there in Nigeria, but if you look at some of the players that have been brought in, Modric for 100 million. I mean, the player played a few games in the Champions League, yet he played in the Ukrainian League. With all due respect to the Ukrainian Football League, it's not really top league, isn't it? And you can't spend 100 million on a player who are playing in that kind of league. And also, you got Enzo Fernandez. He's been brilliant to the World Cup, hasn't he? Yet, he only moved to Benfica from Argentina less than 6 months prior to moving to Chelsea. Again, he's not proven in a much bigger league, with all due respect to the Portuguese league. And even then, the Portuguese league is a good league. Yeah, he's only been there for less than 6 months. But just because of the World Cup, Chelsea decided to spend 100 million. I think all these were panic buys. They're good players, what they got, but not on the money that they spent. I would have spent much less than that, based on what I just said a minute ago. But I think, funny enough, some of the listeners were talking about Brendan Rodgers, and I think, you know what? It's not about. It's a good call. It's a very, very good call. That guy was assistant to Jose Mourinho a few years ago, and he knows the club inside out. And I think he'll be a very good person to come and steady the ship. Yes, it's not working out well. Didn't work out well in the end for Brendan Rodgers at Leicester. But you know what? Managers, same as any normal human beings, they learn from their mistakes. And he will learn so much in Leicester and so much before in other clubs, including Swansea. And then he might implement it at Chelsea.
Back to John Kane, surely, but to Jack Hesson now, because Man United, they're getting closer and they just had a shout for a penalty.
Yeah, Bruno Fernandes definitely thinks that he should have had a penalty there. He had the ball in the box, and I believe it's Fabian Schär comes through the back of him as he's kicking the ball away. Definitely, the more I look at it, the more I think that he does have a case for it, but obviously the VAR would have taken a look at it. The referee did signal that to Fernandes. He still was going to protest about it anyway. Just there a couple of minutes ago, also a great chance for Newcastle. Longstaff for about 30 yards, hits a pile driver, and it looks like it's goal bound and just goes wide. De Gea was beaten. If it was on the target, I think it would have been a goal. Chances on both ends of the spectrum, I think. 29 minutes played, still Newcastle 0, Manchester United 0.
Seems like a real spectacle in that, and one that neither side is going to want to win, but it's 5 minutes away from half-time, and both teams have got 5 minutes to find a goal, but it seems like a game that both teams are just going to bide their time a little bit, and then when the opportunity comes, they'll pounce. But you've got to ask the question, will they both be happy for a draw? Really, a draw, maybe doesn't do much for Newcastle in the sense of Manchester United. It is a whole world of good because they just can't lose that game, but they don't necessarily have to win it. Real Madrid, they had to win against Real Valladolid, and they've done exactly that convincingly. And you know what? I think convincingly is an understatement, as Sam, because it was 6-0 in the Bernabeu in the end.
Yeah, what a convincing performance from Ancelotti and his men. Real Madrid 6, Real Valladolid 0. And complete cruise control for the majority of the game, apart from the first 6 minutes, like I described earlier. Hat-trick for Karim Benzema, 7-minute hat-trick from 29 minutes onwards. Great 3 goals from him. He got dragged off after 60 minutes. Rodrigo got himself a goal as well, and on the score sheet. And the last goal of that game, we just missed out on that last goal of the game, was a great goal from poor clearance from the goalkeeper, Sergio Asenjo, the Valladolid goalkeeper. He tried to clear it out with his left foot, and it's gone straight to Eden Hazard. And Eden Hazard is literally in a 2v1 situation, and all he needed to do was just slip it down the right-hand side to Lucas Vazquez, and Lucas Vazquez finished it off and matched that 6-0 record that Real Madrid got in 2019 against Galatasaray. So that was the last time they scored 6, and they've scored 6 here today, and they're well-deserved winners here at the Bernabeu. And they'll be looking forward to that big, huge game in the week against Barcelona with massive confidence going into that trailing 1-0 in the Copa del Rey semi-final. But as it stands here, full-time, Real Madrid 6, Real Valladolid 0.
On the Copa del Rey semi-final that's coming up, El Clasico, you don't get much bigger than that. Do you think they can win that game? They're 1-0 down. Do you think they've got the ability to turn it around?
I think they do. I think this is going to give them huge confidence. They've played 6 changes as well. So they've rested Freddy Valverde. They've rested a few other players They've moved Luka Modric. They've rested some key players to the squad. And not only that, they've had to play today. They've taken off Karim Benzema. They've taken off Vinicius Junior. So again, these players have played today. They've got some goals. They've got the appetite. A brilliant convincing 6-0 win. And that's going to put them in good stead for that game in the week, and I think there'll be a little bit of revenge, considering they know now that they're not going to win the league. Real Madrid, it's pretty obvious. I know they're 12 points behind, there's 11 games left, stranger things has happened, but this is the game for them that they can go and make a statement and kind of get some revenge and try and get themselves to the final of the Copa del Rey. So I think they can turn it around, and I think there's a good chance that they will.
I'm certainly hoping that you're correct, Ash Chandler. Thank you so much. Brilliant as always, Ash. We will see you next week. And hopefully you're going to be bringing the luck in whatever game you're on next week. Hopefully there'll be 6 goals in that one. There's no goals between Newcastle and Manchester United. And maybe Newcastle can start taking some notes around Madrid, Jack Essen, because they just can't find the back of the net in this game.
Well, once again, they really should have scored the opportunity that they got there. And once again, it was Joe Willock, the man who missed it. It was all comes from a throw-in in Newcastle's own half. A great, lovely volley pass by Guimaraes towards Isaac. Isaac takes the ball down perfectly, and that launches the attack. He feeds to Maximan, who drives the play forward into the box, plays it across to Joe Willock. Joe Willock about 14 yards from goal, but so much space. He's got to at least hit the target, and he skies it. About a minute after that, Manchester United have a chance from a corner. Luke Shaw, great corner into the box. Finds Anthony at the back post, so much space. Again, needs a bit of composure, and also he skies it as well. Chances on both sides, but really with the chances Newcastle have had, the chances Joe Willock has had, they really should be 1-0 up. 43 minutes played, the cusp at half-time. It's Newcastle 0, Manchester United 0.
Jack, how has that game developed differently to the Carabao Cup Final? What are the differences been there?
I think Newcastle seem to have a bit more of a confidence about them in this game. I said the difference, them being at home, the atmosphere makes a difference, but it's kind of slightly slowing down a little bit as the game has lost momentum. Newcastle need to try and build a bit of momentum up again. Manchester United coming into the game a little bit more, and I think a bit like the Cup Final, all it will take is that goal either for Newcastle to try and build the momentum, go forward, or Manchester United to kill that momentum dead in its track. 0-0, however, still, as I said, 44 minutes played.
Yes, near close to half-time there. Half-time when it seems like Manchester United need just to regroup and sort of replan, shall we say. We know Erik ten Hag is very good at that with the substitutions. He makes a half-time with the substitutions he's not scared to make. They normally have an impact, and this Man United team normally ends up playing better in the second half 9 times out of 10. We're going to head over to Jordan Nicolai now because it is 0-0 in his game between Werder Bremen and Hoffenheim. You spoke about Hoffenheim. Have they seen you to play well in that tie there, Jordan?
Well, in the last 15 minutes, it's actually Werder Bremen who have stepped up the gears. It was Marvin Dukes who's had 2 opportunities. The first one was a first-time cross from Weiser, and Marvin Dukes took the shot first time, and it was a great save from Baumann, really good save. Then he had another opportunity on a half volley. He didn't catch it well enough to beat Baumann, but it'll be worrying for Hoffenheim because Werder Bremen, just in the last 10 minutes, have stepped up into gear 2, gear 3, and they're causing Hoffenheim all sorts of problems. So if Werder Bremen keep on going like this, my prediction of a Hoffenheim first goal might be incorrect. It might be Werder Bremen, but we're approaching half-time, and it's Werder Bremen 0, Hoffenheim 0.
0-0 there. It's not 0-0 in the game between Monaco and Strasbourg. The ball has been rolling in the second half for a while now. 5 minutes gone. How has it gone there, John?
Yeah, it's actually Strasbourg who've made the better start to this half. You would have thought Monaco's manager would have had a stern talking to after those 2 poor goals they conceded to, but Strasbourg look to be going for a 3rd goal here. There's been no major chances to talk of yet, but Monaco just under so much pressure. They're trying to play out of the back, but they've been caught 1 or 2 times, and you just wonder whether the next few times are going to result in a big chance for the away side here. But it remains after 49 minutes at Monaco 1, Strasbourg 2.
Thank you, John. Yeah, 2-1 in the game. And it's time from one John to another John, because let's bring back in John Kane now. And we'll continue our conversation about Chelsea as we were. We spoke about Brendan Rodgers maybe becoming the Chelsea manager, but the name that's got to be on all Chelsea fans' lips, and the name that's got to be on, in big capital letters on, Todd Bowley's sheet and whiteboard, whatever he's playing out, the new manager of Chelsea, has got to be Julian Nagelsmann, surely.
Yeah, I mean, he's been linked, hasn't he, for the last week or so, Nagelsmann, with Spurs' job really heavily. Him and Mauricio Pochettino being the two big names that we've been hearing all the time. But I think now, but in the same time, so in the last couple of days, reports been coming out that Chelsea board are very, very much admire of the ex Bayern Munich manager. I thought he'd done very well, to be honest with you. I don't even know why he was sacked. I'll be completely honest with you. You know, they're still in the Champions League. They're going very strong. The teams have beaten. They've been really, really well. And the Bundesliga, you know, they're not flying, not like we've seen before, but they're still doing very well. So you have to put a bit of question mark over that, haven't you? Just for information, this is half time at St James Park. It's 0-0 for info for all our listeners. So Chelsea, I think they need to decide if they want to keep Graham Potter first. I know Nagelsmann is one of the favourites, probably will be. Personally, I think Brendan Rodgers is a better person to come in and steady the ship, even at least till the end of the season. He knows the club inside out, and then do what Tottenham are doing. Tottenham are sticking with Stellini, the assistant manager, because he knows the club over the last year. So bringing someone halfway through the season is always going to be very hard, and you have to get used to the club and all that. And I think that's the best thing to do is, like, come the end of the season, you've got a month or two in the summer, just reassess everything away from the game, away from football being played week in and week out. And I think that's the best time for any manager to start. Whereas if you bring him now, I mean, he might not even be happy with half the players that he's got, isn't he? That's one thing to consider. Not just for Chelsea, for any manager who goes in any new club. I think you need someone to come and steady the ship. Look at Roy Hodgson, something like that. He's coming back from retirement, bless him, and he's been a great servant for football, isn't he, Roy Hodgson? And Patrick Vieira got sacked. They brought on Roy Hodgson, just probably to keep him steady till the end of the season. I think the Crystal Palace board has been spot on that, and I think Chelsea need to do exactly just that.
So, as for next season for Chelsea, what do you think lies for them? Do you think it will be an improvement on this year? Because obviously it's been a disastrous campaign. It can't get any worse, surely.
No, you would think it should not come in any worse, shouldn't it? However, we've seen so many things, weirdest thing happening in football. You look at that squad, on paper, Chelsea should not be, I'm just saying, about 11 points behind Tottenham, who are fourth at the moment, while Newcastle are drawing 0-0, so they still keep Spurs fourth. But it's not good enough, isn't it? And it's not like they started winning after the transfer market. No, it's the same, isn't it? It's the same old Chelsea all season long. And I think at the end of the day, Chelsea need to sort of come with a quick fix until the end of the season. And coming next season, I think if they want to go for someone who's available, I think Nagelsmann will be probably the best one for it. Because he, like I said, I personally don't think he done anything wrong in Leipzig. He done nothing wrong at Bayern Munich, and I'm still surprised that the guy has been sacked and he's available. And I think if any other big club available now, and of course, let's not forget that Real Madrid are hunting for a manager by sound of it. If Carlo Ancelotti does leave Real Madrid come the end of the season, then Chelsea will find it very hard. But I think even if you just get someone to sign on paper. You know, he doesn't have to start straight away. Just get him to sign on paper. Coming the end of the season, you start. That'd be a good sign with it, because it will fed up. It will push away teams like Tottenham, teams like Real Madrid, which is Real Madrid, one of the biggest clubs in the world, and very, very few will turn that down. I mean, Chelsea are a big club, but I think Madrid are a completely different ballgame, haven't they?
So we're not going to see John Cain as the Chelsea manager next year.
Well, I'll try my best to stay at Football Live, but you know, if the opportunity does come along, I think it's very hard to resist Chelsea. But I think if I was manager, I think I've got question marks over some of the buys that they had. I mean, Chelsea fans, please correct me or wrongly from your point of view when it comes to the break, and please send your comments on the social media. But actually, I mean, let me know. Do you think these players have justified the money they've been paid? I don't think so. You know, most of them haven't. Even Kai Havertz, I don't think he justified the money that Chelsea paid for Leverkusen for him to come in. He hasn't done much. You know, these players, they play really well in certain leagues. They play very well in certain national teams. But when it comes to the Premier League, it's a completely different ballgame. And that's why it's the best league in the world. That's why everyone listens to it. Everyone watches it. Because it's just, if you're good, you do well in the Premier League. You know, back in the 90s, if you're good, you'll make it in Serie A. Serie A was the best league in the world and everyone wants to go there. Now it's the Premier League. The Premier League, if you're actually good enough, you'll succeed there. Then maybe you'll succeed in La Liga, Ligue 1 or Serie A or the Bundesliga. But it's the Premier League is the big one.
It is the big one. I'm not sure you're going to get any odds on John White as on Nairabet as the manager next manager of Chelsea, but there's clearly a problem with Chelsea, and their strategy clearly needs to be sorted out. I mean, according to you, and I think a lot of them I thought a lot of Chelsea fans would agree, splashing money on certain players and random players with big names and big price tags isn't the way you do business in European football. You normally find a lot of gems among the rough, shall we say. So thank you very much, John Kane, for your opinion on that. We'll be with you again shortly to discuss the Tottenham game later on, because they go to Everton next. They go to Everton on Monday night in just over 24 hours. But right now, we're focusing on the now, because there has been a goal in Monaco.
Nairabet, better than ever.
The game that's providing all the goals on this late segment of Football Live. But as we say that, Monaco are now 3-2 up.
Nairabet, better than ever.
Absolute flash and you miss it sort of football. Big, quick right hook, left hook football from Monaco, and they are now 3-2 up in that game. They have turned the tie on the head, a bit like Strasbourg did in the first half, where they were 1-0 down, went 2-1 up, and then as soon as Monaco go 2-1 down, well, they've responded and are now 3-2 up. What an entertainment this is providing in the Ligue 1. What a spectacle. However, let's slow down, because VAR is in play, and it's going to spell its magic hoodoo on it. Because they were 2-2, well, when Strasbourg were 2-1 up, well, they thought they had their second, but then it was scrapped out by VAR. We've already seen it was controversial, according to our reporter John White there. Will they have their own back? What do they say? What goes around comes around. And with VAR on the case, nope, it's been given. It has been given. And Monaco, they are 3-2 up. What a spectacle. That's incredible, John White.
Wow, that must have been in the space of 3 minutes, and Monaco have not only leveled, they've took the lead in this game. It's absolutely unpredictable what's going to happen here. I'll quickly run you through the first. It was, guess what, another set piece for Monaco. This time whipped in by Fofana following a free kick that deflected, and it just makes its way to Ben Seguir. Powerful left-footed shot past the keeper, no chance to make it 2-2. And then, well, I suppose you could say this was from a set piece, but it was actually a Strasbourg set piece, and Monaco had the counter attack. It was Ben Yedder, brought the ball about 40-50 yards up the pitch, makes a cool pass into the goal scorer. It was Yedan Diop who plotted it calmly past the keeper to now make it 3-2. And look, I don't want to make any more predictions on where this game's going to go, because clearly nobody can. It's absolutely chaos here at the Stade de Louis de, and it is Monaco 3, Strasbourg 2.
This is what we love on Football Live, isn't it? It's goals central, and it's just what Football Live is all about.
Tottenham Hotspur.
It's all happening.
Against Brighton.
Game over, it really is.
Next Saturday. Exclusive coverage on Football Live.
It was a long ball over the top.
Well, it's gone by the form book.
It's been a pleasure having you with us.
You are listening to Football Live on Briller FM.
Football Live on Briller FM. Today's show is powered by Hollandia and Chivita.
4 hours of football every Saturday and Sunday on Briller FM with Football Live.
Follow Nairabet on Twitter @Nairabet and on Facebook @Nairabet Online to take part in our infamous giveaways, and you too can win big. Nairabet, the home of sports betting and fast payments in Nigeria. You are listening to Football Live on Briller FM 88.9 and 101.1 FM, powered by Nairabet.
Have your say on today's action and interact with Briller FM on Twitter @BrillerFM889, on Facebook @889BrillerFM, and on Instagram BrillerFM889. You are listening to Football Live on Briller FM, powered by Nairabet, with Josh Bailey.
The sun is shining across England, and it is shining in the northeast, isn't it? Newcastle 0, Manchester United 0, and it's been a brilliant half of football, hasn't it, Jack Esson?
It has indeed, and dare I say it, I think Newcastle United might feel slightly disappointed with the fact that they're not winning, given the chances that they've created. It is 0-0 at half-time. 2 incredible chances for Joe Willock to take the lead. The first one coming from a cross from Kieran Trippier, goes to the head of Isaac, who's been such a great aerial threat for Newcastle in this first half. He forces De Gea into a great save. De Gea on the ground. The rebound falls so gratefully for Willock. All he has to do is hit it on the target and keep it well away from De Gea, and he hits it straight into De Gea, who knew nothing about it. And the other chance, when they launched into a counter-attack, great long ball from Guimaraes to Isaac, brings it down well, gets to Saint-Maximin on the left-hand side, drives forward, gets the ball into the box. It lands so gratefully for Willock again to try and get the shot from about 12 yards. He hits it, skies it across. That should have, at least one of those chances, made it 1-0. United have had some half chances here and there. The only shot on target coming from a scuffed volley by Dallo, which really kind of sums up how they have been in this first half. But I think given how the game has went, they may actually be not too disappointed with it being nothing each. Interesting to see what will happen in the second half. We're hoping for a goal, if anything. Newcastle United 0, Manchester United 0, half-time.
What will Newcastle do in the second half, Jack? Is it going to be more of the same for them?
They've just got to take the chances. They're going to have chances in the second half, but it's not always a guarantee against Manchester United that that's going to happen. It feels like there will be at least 1 or 2 more chances to try and break that deadlock, should it still be 0-0. And they've got to take them, because the thing about teams like Manchester United is that when they get that one real big chance to score, they will score. And for Newcastle, they've just got to try and get the goal first before that happens.
And as for Manchester United, they will have to be a little bit disappointed, surely.
Slightly, I think. The way the game has went, there was a bit of a storm for about 5-10 minutes with Newcastle really on the front foot, really on the momentum. The crowd behind them. Manchester United were able to weather that out. Newcastle looked really organised, but at the same time, Manchester United haven't looked terrible, certainly compared to that game against Fulham last week as well. They look a bit better than that game, but to beat Newcastle United at home this season, you have to be much better than that, and I think Ten Hag will look to try and see an improvement in the second half.
Well, let's hope he finds that improvement. Jack Esson, thank you very much. A couple of minutes away from the kickoff in the second half. I mean, players are probably walking out the tunnel as we speak. Newcastle 0, Manchester United 0. A cracking first half, and I expect it's only going to get better in the second. The game that needs to get better in the second half is Werder Bremen v Hoffenheim, which is being watched over by Jordan Nicolai. Jordan, not a great first half. Hopefully the second half is better.
Yeah, I'll be hoping for some goals in this second half. But it was end-to-end in the last 5 minutes of that first half. Like I said, Hoffenheim started the stronger out of the two sides, and then Werder Bremen just stepped into gear 2 and gear 3 towards the end of that first half. So if Werder Bremen can keep that pressure on, we might have a great game on our hands for the second half. Hoffenheim, of course, really need the win, and Werder Bremen have an opportunity to start pushing towards the European places. So we would expect both sides to really go for it in that second half. I think there was just a bit of caution from both sides. They really don't want to lose. They only have 1 win each in their last 5 games. So both sides really don't want to lose. Kevin Apoguma has played well, and he'll be hoping to continue to keep Nicholas Fulkrug quiet. But at half-time, Werder Bremen 0, Hoffenheim 0.
Thank you, 0-0 there, but we have another goal in Ligue 1.
NairaBet, better than ever.
Jack Esson and John Nicolai can't supply the goals, but John White is definitely supplying them, because Monaco have now doubled their advantage, and they are 4-2 up at Louis II Stadium. They were 2-0, 2-1 down at one stage in that game. However, they have turned it around on its head, and they are very, very close to getting 3 points, and a much-needed 3 points that sort of lets it slide. There you go, 4-2 there. And before we start the second half, then I think it's time to get some odds from John Kane.
The latest big match odds with NairaBet.
Yes, the latest odds on NairaBet. As you're hearing, it was 0-0 at Newcastle at half-time. Newcastle now at 2.60 for the win, 2.70 for the draw, and 3.60 for a Man United away win. So the bookies are still favouring Man United. Only slightly, but they're still firing them. On the other games that are happening at the moment, Monaco, Strasbourg, it's 4-2 as we just heard for Monaco. 6 minutes gone. It's 1.0, which is basically nothing. 2 point for Monaco, 26.0 for a draw, and 1.101.0 for a Strasbourg away win. On the other games that keeping an eye on, it's still 0-0, is Roma against Sampdoria. It's 32 minutes gone, it's still 0-0. It's just gone down for Roma to 1.60. For a draw, it's 3.40, and an away win just gone up for 8.0. So I can tell you that probably Roma doing much better at home than Sampdoria, who not having the best seasons, and relegation is just a matter of time for them, isn't it? Half-time as well at the Bundesliga. It's Werder Bremen 0, Hoffenheim 0. Just gone down again on the years for Werder Bremen. They are now 2.70. The draw is 2.50, and an away Hoffenheim win is 3.80. We just started again. Also in the La Liga, Villarreal against Real Sociedad. Both doing very well in the La Liga at the moment. It's Villarreal are 2.80. The draw is 3.0, and an away win for Sociedad is 2.80. So it's more or less it's the same level between both teams. And as a reminder, these odds are all subject to change.
3 hours gone in the show then, and we have seen so many goals, but the game that is setting the crown for the most goals is the one between Monaco and Strasbourg. It's 4-2 there, and John White can tell us about the fourth goal for Monaco.
Yeah, that's a big goal for Monaco, and it's come for arguably the best player on the pitch, Youssouf Fofana. Just in the second half, he looks to be playing a bit further forward, and that seems to unlock a lot more passing lanes for Monaco as they're playing much better passing football, and that's how this goal came. He just gets the ball about 10 yards outside the box, beats one man, deflected shot, keeper can't do anything, and that is a 2-goal lead for Monaco. I wouldn't say it's enough to put this game to bed yet, given how many we've had so far, but it's certainly close, and after 70 minutes, it's Monaco 4, Strasbourg 2.
Around the rest of Europe then, the scores are as follows. Newcastle drawing 0-0 in Manchester United. We were with Jack Hess and Shorley. 2 minutes gone in the second half of that game. All the Ligue 1 games are finished. Lorient beat Lorient 3-1. Angers and Nice drew 1-1. Brest beat Toulouse 3-1. Clermont beat AC Ajaccio 2-1. Nantes lost to Reims 3-0. And as John White just reported there, Monaco 4, Strasbourg 2. And coming up at 7:45 is PSG v Lyon. FC Klein and Mönchengladbach drew 0-0. And Bremen v Hoffenheim, which is covered by Jordan Nicolai. 46 minutes gone, 0-0. We were with Jordan shortly to get an update on that game in the Serie A. Bologna, they beat Udinese 3-0. Monza, they lost to Lazio 2-0. Spezia drew 1-0 with Salernitana 1-0. And then ASC Roma and Sampdoria. 35 minutes gone in that game. We yet to see a goal, 0-0. And at 7:45, it's Napoli v AC Milan, the big one in the Serie A. Iveredisi, final, they continue their charge for the title. And it's looking even more comfortable. And today, it wasn't as comfortable. They were behind at one point against Sparta Rotterdam, but in the end they won 3-1 in the Scottish Premiership. Ross County, they drew 0-0 to Celtic, and in the La Liga, Celta Vigo drew 2-2 with Almeria. Points shared there. Points weren't shared between Real Madrid and Valladolid. 6-0. Real Madrid thumped the other Real Valladolid in the Bundesliga. A fantastic response and a great way to prepare for their Copa del Rey El Clasico clash against Barcelona. Game just kicked off between Villarreal and Real Sociedad 2-0 in that time. At 8 o'clock, it's Atletico Madrid v Betis, and currently as well in the CAF Confederations Cup, well, Rivers United, they're losing 1-0 to ASEC Mimosas, 1-0 to the Ivorian team there. So the River United have got work to do as the game ticks into the 32nd minute. Right now, though, we're going to go back to England because there are just a couple of 5 minutes gone in the game between Newcastle and Manchester United. What's the game looking like so far?
Yeah, well, things have slowed down a little bit. Newcastle looked like they were going in the front foot. They had a dangerous free kick on the edge of the box. Kieran Trippier, set-piece specialist, tried to get it in. I believe it was Sven Botman at the front post to try and get it, but the power in the free kick knocks out. It was actually Fabian Schär, completely knocks out Fabian Schär. It's a head injury, so the concussion protocol becomes in. They had to take a look at him and stop the game. He's up on his feet now. He's going to go to the side to see if he continues any further, but again, I mean, you look at the actual chance itself. He gets his head onto the front post. If he can try and get it behind, it might open up a chance, but he couldn't get any kind of control on it. There was too much power on it, and it ended up going out, and we're back playing again. 48 minutes played still. Newcastle United 0, Manchester United 0.
no obvious changes to Manchester United or either team in the way they're playing, Jack?
It's hard to tell at this moment because we have just had so much of a long spell out. Newcastle had the ball early, but I can imagine Manchester United, if they're wanting to try and actually get the win, will have to go for a different approach. And in the next few minutes, we'll see how that pans out, I'm sure.
Well, there we go. Thank you, Jack Neal, to win that game. I'm hoping for some goals as we tick into the 50th minute over there. We have just gone under, well, maths isn't great, but we've got about 40 minutes to find a goal in that tie. We've also got 40 minutes to find a goal in the Werder Bremen-Hoffenheim match. Jordan Nicolai.
Yes, and hopefully we can get a goal. Just like the first half, Hoffenheim have started off on the front foot in this second half. I wonder if it'll be more of the same with Werder Bremen, just letting them attack and then trying to hit Hoffenheim on the break. But Kevin Appelboomer, he's put in a great challenge at the start of this second half, a great challenge on Fulcrum. He continues to have a great performance so far in this match. But yeah, Werder Bremen will be hoping to put a smile on the fans of on the faces of their fans, because they haven't had much to shout about. There's a full house, but yeah, not much to shout about for Werder Bremen fans. Yeah, a few minutes into the second half, Werder Bremen 0, Hoffenheim 0.
Things haven't been as rosy for Werder Bremen. They started off the year and started off the season in incredible form. However, since that point, the magic of the early season has really worn off, and their form has been reflective of that for Werder Bremen. They punched above their weight. But 8 defeats in the last 12 has signalled a decline in form. And as you say that, Hoffenheim have just taken the lead.
Naira better than ever.
And in a game and in a goal that flips the German Bundesliga relegation battle on its head. Hoffenheim, who haven't hit the heights of previous years, they've been sinking. But the win against Hertha Berlin seems to have sparked them into life, because they are now ahead against Werder Bremen, and they are 40 minutes away from getting back-to-back wins that will be doing them a world of good in the Bundesliga and their hopes of being a Bundesliga team for next year. Since their introduction into the league, since 2008, they really haven't. They've been cruising. They haven't experienced many relegation battles. This year they have, and this year they're turning it up. Jordan Nicolai.
And I'm glad to see a goal in this game, and it goes to Hoffenheim. It's Kramaric who heads it home. It was a fantastic cross from Jung. He whipped it in, and Kramaric just wanted it more than all the Bremen defenders. Just forcefully jumped in towards the ball, beat the Bremen defenders in the air, and headers it into the back of the net. This match needed a goal, and Kramaric has provided the goal. That's his 8th of the season in the Bundesliga. An important goal, because Hoffenheim really want to survive relegation. They don't want to go down. This can be a massive 3 points for Hoffenheim. Great start to the second half from them. Werder Bremen 0, Hoffenheim 1.
There we go. We finally got a goal, Jordan. We finally got a goal. We spoke it into existence. And there we go. Very, very happy about that one. That is, there we go. As we said, Hoffenheim now winning in that game. We also had a goal at we also had a goal scored by Gladon for Fortuna Sittard.
Naira better than ever.
They went 3-1 up against Groningen, and that's how the game finished. They scored a last-minute goal to secure the 3 points for them, and their fans will be going very happy, very happy. In the DZ fans, and won't be going very happy, and we know aren't very happy, are Chelsea fans. You have made your kind of opinions very clear throughout the show, throughout the whole 4-hour show, and Graham Potter, well, you know, on Graham Potter and the way he's doing, and this is what Graham Potter had to say about the defeat yesterday.
If you look at the stats of the game, apart from the most important stat, there's a lot there that says we did a lot well. But ultimately, when we've the 2 boxes is the most important area, and that's where we've come short. First half, I thought we had a couple of opportunities. We won it back high and created a 1v1 situation. I think pretty early in the game, had some of the chances to attack. But obviously, the goals are a blow for us, because we need to do better than that in that situation. And then. Of course, it's difficult then. You're 1-0 down at home. But I thought the team gave everything. I thought the intention of the team was there. You can tell by the amount of times we got in their box, the shots we had. There was a positive intent, but the scoreline's painful for us.
Very, very painful. And he speaks so positively, doesn't he, Graham Potter? And, he kind of has so much confidence and so much belief in his Chelsea team, like any manager would, but the results and the performances and the lack of goals speak for themselves. And Graham Potter, he will certainly feel the pressure, and with, you know, Nagelsmann around and now Brendan Rodgers as well, with these teams and players, it's not looking great, is it, for Graham Potter? And for Chelsea fans, you've had a really poor season, slipping into the bottom half of the table. Understandably, want Graham Potter out, and there's not a lot of time in this league, is there? And in the modern day of football, so let's wait and see whether Graham Potter are going to have the sack. There's not a lot of time in modern football, and that's why the Hoffenheim manager has got the sack. And since that point, they have turned their form around, and they're responding because they are now 2-0 up.
Naira Bet, better than ever.
Jordan Colai, take it away.
Hoffenheim have taken a 2-goal lead. It's another header. Baumgartner heads this one home into the back of the net. It was a great cross from Geiger. Put a perfect ball into the back of the net. It was just begging for someone to get their head on it. And Baumgartner made no mistake with the finish. Headed it in. 2 headers for Hoffenheim. What a start to the second half. Hoffenheim fighting for survival, and they're doing it the right way. Werder Bremen don't know what's hit them in this second half. Hoffenheim have been fantastic. Werder Bremen 0, Hoffenheim 2.
Jordan Colai, you're looking at a Hoffenheim team that seems to have turned a corner in their form.
Yes, they seem to have turned a corner. They won their last match against Hertha Berlin 3-1. It looks like they might get 3 points today. This is the type of form they need. You know, every match means so much to them, you know, going onwards now to the end of the season. And to get an away win at Werder Bremen is not easy. Werder Bremen, their form has dipped a bit, but it's still not an easy win to beat Werder Bremen at home. But so far, they're pulling it off. They're pulling off a masterclass. We'll see if they can do it, you know, for the 90 minutes. But so far, so good for Hoffenheim.
It's an Hoffenheim team that have had a winless run of 14 matches, collecting 2 points prior to their win at Hertha and prior to their win, which seems it's going to be against Werder Bremen. That's going to be 6 points after collecting 6 points from 2 after collecting 2 from 14. Monaco, well, they were looking to be collecting 3 points against Strasbourg, and they were cruising to that. However, they have just had a red card, and that is a red card that is going to put the result up into air, because right now in that game, there's 10 minutes left. Monaco are down to 10 men, and Strasbourg, they're going to sniff blood in the water and see if they can come from 2 goals behind in that game. And let's go to John White to hear if the red card was deserved.
Yeah, I think it was deserved. Funnily enough, I was just thinking this game finally started to settle down and Monaco will cruise into a victory, but no, the man of the match so far, Youssouf Fofana, has got his second yellow card for a pretty deserved challenge on the midfielder. It was a 50-50 ball. He arrives late. He should have pulled out. He doesn't. Just collides into the back of that player, and he's rightfully given his second card. And now, once again, this game is right open towards the end. You can imagine they're going to be some time wasting here from Monaco, especially with the walking off the pitch of Fofana here. But no, red card clearly should have been, and now sets up for an exciting finish here. Stade Louis II with about 10 minutes to go. A 10-man Monaco lead by 4 goals to Strasbourg's 2.
It's going to be all about game management in Monaco, in France. And is there a little bit of game management going on in the northeast of England, Jack Hesson? Because really hasn't hit the heights of the first half, has it, this game?
No, this game has settled 10 minutes into the second half. I feel like the momentum's kind of going out of the game a wee bit. That could go to Manchester United's advantage. But at the same time, Newcastle are showing themselves to be a really good, solid defensive unit. Manchester United trying to get the ball to Rashford. Rashford has hardly been in the game at all. Wout Weghorst, a stat just came up there. He'd only had 7 touches of the ball. He actually just had the ball there. He made about 4 touches, so he nearly doubled that in the space of about 10 seconds. It really shows you how he's not really been in the game much. Rashford hasn't been in the game much. Their attacking threats are being neutralised at the moment. But in kind of games like these, all it can take is one opportunity for Manchester United to take the lead. And Newcastle need to start making their dominance count a bit more. 58 minutes played, Newcastle 0, Manchester United 0.
Do you think both teams would take a point in this game? Do you think that's what they're sort of searching for?
I don't see Newcastle taking a point in this game. I think this is a really great opportunity for them to grab third place in a real statement win if they were to get it. They've been on the front foot. Yeah, it would be disappointing if they were to lose it from there, and a draw might feel better, but at the same time, I think at home, Manchester United on the front foot, you want to try and get a victory. For Manchester United, however, I think they'll absolutely take a draw at this stage.
It's a game for them that they cannot afford to lose. I mean, they can afford not to win it, but they can't afford to lose it. Thank you very much, Jack Hess. Hopefully the game perks up and hits the highest of it did in the first half. But for now, we're going to jump over to the blue side of Manchester and to Manchester City and to hear from Pep Guardiola, who was speaking so highly of Julian Alvarez and his performance to replace the injured Haaland.
Yeah, but not just the goal, the assist in the second and the third. So I've been involved in everything. So except the first action that he lost the ball to set to that, he was with the ball so clever. He's an exceptional player. So I think the club made an incredible signing for this prize. For the he played for the national team from Argentina, a World Cup champion, and he's playing there alongside Messi and the rest of the peoples because he has something and was really good for him.
It's a game, Manchester City-Liverpool, that he's got two giants of English football. They're both two teams that have played ridiculous levels of football in the game we love in recent years. They've taken it to new levels, to new heights. And when these two teams have met in the past, it has been scintillating stuff. However, yesterday reflected on the regression of Liverpool, and it must have been very hard for Jurgen Klopp to take. And this is what he had to say about the defeat yesterday.
Again, today we concede 2 quick goals. And again, I say, then it's super difficult here, if not nearly impossible, to come back from a 2-goal deficit. But it is we can make it a bit more difficult for them if you stick to the things you did in your good moments, and that was not there anymore. And that's why then the difference was so massive. Wow. So nice to be part of the team and the crowd starts, which is past, so nice, but it still happens from time to time.
It really does happen from time to time. But for Jurgen Klopp, what is he going to do? He must have so many questions ringing around his head. He must have so many thoughts and scenarios that he would want to implement. Of course, he's going to want to see this game out. Of course, he's going to want to see this season out, and he's going to want to turn the ship around. But now for Liverpool, it's 2 bad seasons in 3 years for them. That is concerning form. If you take last year aside, in the year before, that the 2 years ago they were poor. Just getting top 4, and in the year before that, this year they've been even worse. So it's really hard to put a finger on Liverpool's troubles. Jurgen Klopp will know what it is, but has he got the ability to fix them? We'll see. He's going to be begging for the summer, isn't he? He really is going to be begging for the summer. And right now, where should we go? Let's go to Jack Hesson, shall we? And let's go and talk to him. We heard from him briefly just a minute ago, so I can't imagine much has changed, but there are a couple of substitutions, Jack.
Yeah, there have been a couple of substitutions for one of them being for Manchester United. Anthony's struggled to get into the game. He's been non-existent in this second half. He's now off for Sancho, who will try and offer something different. No confirmation yet on the Newcastle substitutions, but it does look like Callum Wilson and Gordon are going to be coming on for them soon. So Newcastle obviously not resting on their laurels either, and it'll be interesting to see how all these substitutions change the game. 62 minutes played. Newcastle United 0, Manchester United 0.
It's going to be FJ back very soon for us. We are going to Nigeria in under a minute, aren't we? I think that's 52 past. Yes, in literally a minute, we will be with FJ to give us all the teams. I mean, FJ, you normally like to tease my brain. You normally like to have a few questions, don't you, for me lined up? See if I can get it. How about I try and catch you out? When was the last time that Newcastle beat Manchester United at St James's Park? If you can let me know, I'll be listening clearly to your half time, and let me know. See if you can answer that one. You're not allowed to Google it either. That is cheating. But yes, 0-0 between Manchester United and Newcastle. Newcastle are at home at St James's Park. It's 0-0 in that game. The games that we're also covering, it's Werder Bremen 0, Hoffenheim 2, and it is Monaco 4, Strasbourg 2. But that is, again, to keep an eye on because, well, Monaco are down to 10 men in that tie. So it's not all home and dry for the French team, and Strasbourg will be sniffing blood in the water and hoping they can find 2 goals and an equaliser in that tie. But for now, let's go to FJ.
You are listening to Football Live on Brila FM, powered by NairaBet, with Josh Bailey.
The deadlock has been broken at St James's Park, and it is Newcastle have taken the lead against Manchester United. Joe Willock with the goal, and here is Jack Essen.
Yeah, from 0 in the first half to hero in the second half. Joe Willock finally takes his chances and sends Newcastle into a well-deserved lead. It all comes from Isaac on the edge of the box. He takes the ball down so well, takes a turn, sees the run of Guimaraes into the box. Guimaraes finds a pass to Guimaraes, plays it all the way across to St Maximin at the back post. St Maximin leaps for the header, gets it across the face of goal to Joe Willock, who scored essentially a tap-in. He was completely unmarked in the box. Manchester United defenders just standing about looking at him, and it's a goal for Newcastle. Well-deserved substitutions as well. They're actually bringing on another striker. Joe Linton is on now for Alan San Maximan, and Anthony Gordon is on for Jacob Murphy. So Eddie Howe is going for the kill here. Manchester United are on the ropes. 70 minutes played. Newcastle United 1, Manchester United 0.
If Newcastle can hold on here, Jack, this is going to be a statement victory.
It's a statement victory. I think it's the biggest victory in the new ownership reign in the Eddie Howe era as well, if they can hold on to this and keep their composure. They've been so well structured. That's been the thing that's been most obvious, is actually how well organised they've been up and down the pitch. Manchester United have struggled for options. They've now brought on Anthony Martial for Wout Weghorst, who was non-existent in that 60-minute spell he was on, and really now the substitutions need to work for Ten Hag. They need to offer something different than what they have been showing. Otherwise, it's not going to be a good return down to Manchester for them. 71 minutes played. Newcastle United 1, Manchester United 0.
And as for Manchester United, Jack, before we let you go on what was this enthralling fixture that's going on, do you think Man United can have any answers here?
Again, we'll have to wait and see how the substitutes react. Substitutions kind of happened and then the goal happened, so they've not really had anything to get back into the game. I suspect, despite the strikers they've brought on, that Newcastle will slightly start to consolidate the game a bit more as it goes on. United will get a bit more desperate. As I said, they can't lose this game, really. It's not a game that they can afford to lose in that race for the top four. And again, with those substitutions, Anthony Martial returning from injury could become a hero. Look at the shots. Newcastle United 14 shots, 4 on target. Manchester United just 3 shots, 1 on target. That shows you the gulf in class between these two this afternoon.
It is, and it's concerning for Erik ten Hag. Really is concerning, because they don't score today. It is going to be another fixture. It's going to be 3 fixtures in a row. I've said this stat throughout the whole of the show, but the fact they have failed to score in 3 consecutive matches in a row for the first time since February 2020. A problem could be developing in Old Trafford, and it's not the time they need that problem to develop. Newcastle 1, Manchester United 0. 17 minutes for that game to change, and as we know how this show goes, we know how the Premier League goes, results can change and they can become topsy-turvy. A result that has been topsy-turvy is the one in Monaco, and it is now 4-3.
NairaBet, better than ever.
We are into the 95th minute in that fixture, John White, and Strasbourg have got 1 goal back.
Well, there's one, and it's come for Habib Diop. Only 3 minutes left, and it's going to be so close if Strasbourg can get another one here. Monaco pretty much given up, leaving their own half, let alone their own box. And now Strasbourg have 1 or 2 minutes to try and get an equaliser in this. Will they do it? That remains to be seen. But for now, is Monaco 4, Strasbourg 3?
It is so tight. We asked the question, didn't it, when Monaco got reduced to 10 men, whether Strasbourg would have to find a way back into that game. We said the game wasn't done yet, and Strasbourg are proving the game isn't done yet, but they've got to find a way into it. And I think the full-time whistle has just blown in that tie. So yeah, the full-time whistle has just blown. It has finished, and Monaco hold on by the skin of their teeth. What a brilliant game that was, and Jordan White was very, very lucky to watch that. Topsy-turvy all the way through, each team trading blows, flipping the game on its head, but Monaco are the ones that get the 3 points, and they do the double over Strasbourg for the first time since 2017. Now off Jordan Nicolai to Werder Bremen. Hoffenheim winning 2-0 in that game. Is it comfortable and cruising stations for Hoffenheim, Jordan?
Not comfortable at all. These last 10 minutes have been fiery. Werder Bremen have finally realised that they're in a tie that means something, and they're throwing men forward and they're really going for it. and it was a challenge that debatably should have been a red card. It was Baumgartner with the challenge. He picked up his 6th yellow card of the season, but he came in with his studs showing. Perhaps could have been a red, perhaps he got lucky. He has since then been subbed off. I think the manager just taking him off in case, but no, it's not plain sailing at all for Hoffenheim. Werder Bremen are throwing men forward and haven't really created a chance to get back into this match, but you can see the extra effort is there. And I wouldn't be surprised if Werder Bremen can just nick a goal in these closing 15 minutes, but as it stands, it is Werder Bremen 0, Hoffenheim 2.
Werder Bremen 0, Hoffenheim 2. It is, as we reported, Monaco 4, Strasbourg 3, full time there. You'll be getting the full-time report with John White shortly, but right now we're going to go back to Newcastle, where Man United are chasing the 2 down, and they need a goal sooner rather than later.
They absolutely do, and they're looking like they're getting into the game a bit more there. There was almost a half chance. Bruno Fernandes cross all the way to Varane at the back post. He tries to head it across the base of goal, a bit like how Sam Maximan did for the Newcastle goal, but it was well dealt with by the goalkeeper. However, Newcastle just looked dangerous going forward. A long ball, Anthony Gordon takes it down, gets it past Fernandes, falls into the box, tries to play it across, there's nobody there. It could have been a great opportunity, and really the way it feels like it's going to go is Manchester United are going to get some more chances in this game, but Newcastle United look like they could catch them then on the break to try and finish the game off. 75 minutes played, it's still Newcastle United 1, Manchester United 0.
How is this going to go? How is Football Live going to go? We've got 2 games that are finally in the balance between Newcastle and Manchester United and Werder Bremen and Hoffenheim. There could be so much drama in the closing half an hour of this show and the closing 15 minutes of those games. For now, though, a game that is, where there's been drama all the way through, is the Monaco game. And here is John White with the full-time report.
Wow, what a game that was from a neutral standpoint. Punches were thrown in both directions, but ultimately it was Monaco, Ben Yedder and Ben Yedder with the knockout blow. And now Monaco are just 3 points behind Marseille in that Europa League playoff spot, and only another 3 points behind the Champions League spot. Lens are hold just behind PSG, as they so often are in this league. Strasbourg remain just ahead of the relegation zone, but they put up a good fight today. I think they'll be happy with the performance today, but ultimately they finished Monaco 4, Strasbourg 3.
Yeah, brilliant game. Thank you all for your hard work today, John. I mean, I say hard work to watch a game of football like that is an absolute pleasure, and that is why we love this beautiful game. And as for now, well, we're talking all about the now. Well, we are talking all about the now. And we're going to go to Jack Hessen because the Newcastle are looking to double their advantage.
Yeah, and they really should have there. The ball into the box, falls to Joel Linton. Joel Linton gets a great header onto it, forces David De Gea into a good save. His save hits the post. The rebound then falls to Fabian Schär. Fabian Schär heads it towards goal, and it's Anthony Martial on the line who prevents it from going 2-0. Really should have been 2-0 to Newcastle United there. They're looking to try and shore things up. 77 minutes played. Newcastle United 1, Manchester United 0.
And to Werder Bremen because they have got a goal back.
Naira Bet, better than ever.
John Nicolai spoke about how Werder Bremen were knocking on the door and how they were making things a little bit uncomfortable for Hoffenheim. Well, they've done exactly that, haven't they, Jordan?
They've done exactly that. These closing minutes are going to be very interesting. It was Weiser who crossed the ball, and Piper got his head on the ball and put it in the back of the net. Nothing the goalkeeper could do. He's come on as a substitute, and the substitution has clearly worked. He's got the height, so maybe more crosses will be delivered in the box for Werder Bremen. But you can see the Hoffenheim defenders are just shouting at each other, just losing their heads a bit and just trying to spur each other on, because they know that they're going to be in for a tough 15 minutes here, tough 14 minutes in fact, because Werder Bremen are going to be throwing the kitchen sink at Hoffenheim, and the fans are in full voice. They are fully behind Werder Bremen as Werder Bremen push for this equaliser. It's Piper with the goal. Akpoguma, the Nigerian centre-back, has come off for Kabak. As we approach the last 10 minutes, it's Werder Bremen 1, Hoffenheim 2.
And that is a game that if Werder Bremen get a goal back, it flips it on its head. Relegation battles are normally all about margins, and for Hoffenheim to lose a 2-goal advantage and half the points tally from 3-1, well, that would be devastating, and that is a result they cannot afford to let slip through their fingers. Oh, there we go. Well, as I was saying, we're all about the now, but we're going to look towards the future now because tomorrow Tottenham are facing Everton. They travel up to Goodison Park, and Antonio Conte won't be in the dugout. He was sacked during the international break. It's going to be his assistant manager and two assistant managers, Christian Stellini and Ryan Mason, in the dugout. And here's what Stellini had to say about the game and also everything that's gone on through Tottenham.
No, it's not a club in crisis. Absolutely not, because everyone take the decision for the best, and when you take the decision and you follow the process, you are not in crisis. If you have some matters, we have to be compact, and we have to stick together and go ahead and continue and move on and play the match, because for us it's important to play matches.
It is. And now we're going to bring in John Kane shortly just to discuss Tottenham and Everton tomorrow, because that's the big game on Monday Night Football. John, do you think that Tottenham will be playing a different brand of football now that Conte's out and Stellini's in?
I can't remember. Someone was mentioning yesterday, and I think there must be one of the reporters said, whenever you have a new manager, and Stellini is like a new manager, isn't he? Teams always want to play for you for the first couple of games, and you would think Spurs tomorrow will. Every time I say Spurs win, they never win. So I'm just going to say it could be a draw, because they're done well. They're doing well. They're fifth at the moment with Newcastle winning. But playing Everton away from home is always hard, because Everton got Sean Dyche, who is a very good manager in my point of view. He steadied the ships at Everton. Yeah, they're not doing as probably many hope for, but Everton are bottom 3 at the moment, 26 points, level with Leeds, who are just above them. But so going to Goodison Park is never easy, and it's never been easy for Spurs. I know last season Spurs beat Everton, I think it was 5-0, if I remember rightly, but that was at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. Now, two different teams, two different managers, two different venue from last time. It's going to be interesting to watch, isn't it? And it'll be interesting to see what kind of formation Stellini and Mason are going to use, because obviously Conte loved the 3 at the back, didn't he? And the 2 wing backs and the 2 in the middle, and 1 behind the front 2. And however Stellini sort of used very similar formation, but he also changed it when he was in charge, when Conte was recovering from his surgery. And to be honest with you, you can't really argue against his record, haven't you? Because he actually beat Manchester City, beat Chelsea, and if I'm rightly, Chelsea and West Ham when Stellini was in charge. So obviously he probably knows something, and he could do something about Tottenham, hence why he's staying. And I think at the end of the day, Stellini is there trying to prove himself, isn't he? It's probably his first proper managerial vacancy, or role, shall we say, even though till the end of the season. But he's trying to prove himself. He's learned a lot from Antonio Conte. And even if the possibility that he'll leave in the end of the season, I think he was trying to prove the Tottenham board that I want to be considered come the end of the season. So I'll do my best. And I think also Tottenham need to do their best, because if Tottenham don't finish top 4, which at the moment they're just out of it behind Newcastle and Manchester United, we are talking about the big guy, haven't we? We're talking about Harry Kane, the England and Tottenham all-time goal scorer. What's going to happen to Harry Kane? He's only got 1 season left after that. They're talking about contract maybe renegotiated in the summer, but Harry Kane would not be happy, wouldn't he? I mean, if I was Harry Kane, I would not be happy with the whole mess that the club is. Yes, the leading, we just heard, there's no crisis, but anyone look at it from the outside, football fans ain't thick or ain't stupid. They know there's something going on. Something is wrong at Tottenham in a backstage. But the most important thing is, you lose Harry Kane, where does that leave Tottenham? It's definitely going to leave them bottom 10, in my opinion, next season.
It's a game that they're gonna. Well, the Champions League is huge for them, and because of that, Newcastle Manchester United is a game that they are going to have their eyes on. And it's a game that everyone should have their eyes on, because with 6 minutes left, there's only 1 goal separating the two teams. Jack Hesson, who's coming close? Is it Newcastle doubling their advantage, or is Manchester United getting the equaliser?
Manchester United are slowly getting back into the game, but it's only half chances and half opportunities. In fact, there was a moment of anger there from Lisandro Martinez as he's been subbed off. Man United pushing numbers forward. Lisandro Martinez has been subbed off for Pellistri, and Rafael Varane has been subbed off for Victor Lindelof. But as Martinez was going off, he looked like he had some words to say. He slammed a bottle down on the ground. He's not happy with what's happened. There's some kind of instant Eddie Howe as well, getting involved in that as well somehow. Manchester United, however, back to the football, push numbers forward. A half chance from Martial from a long ball from Fernandes. Blocked well by Dan Burn. And again, I go back to how Newcastle, how well organised they have been defensively so far. The difficulty with that is it doesn't matter how well organised you are, it can only take one chance to get Manchester United back in the game, and when you're only 1-0 up in a game, anything can happen to cause that to be an equaliser. But with the way things are going, it looks like Newcastle are going to be able to see that out. Manchester United bringing the numbers forward will look to change that. 84 minutes played, Newcastle United 1, Manchester United 0.
It really has been a dominant game for Newcastle. 18 shots, 5 on target. Man United have 6 shots and 1 on target. That paints the picture of today's game and how impressive Newcastle have been and how shocking Manchester United have been. Equally, a team that hasn't been as shocking is Werder Bremen. They've kind of sprung into life, Jordan Nicoli, and they've just had a half chance.
Yeah, they have sprung into life. They had a half chance through bits and courts. Could have done better with the volley. Just was leaning backwards and it went over the bar. But Bremen are keeping that pressure on. Hoffenheim are doing anything they can to take the sting out of this match. But it's all Werder Bremen as we are approaching these last 5 minutes. Werder Bremen really giving it a good go. I'm not a betting man, but Werder Bremen look as if they got the bit between their teeth and they believe they can score. But so far, Werder Bremen 1, Hoffenheim 2.
And like full circle, we go all the way back to John Kane after doing around the grounds. After going around the grounds. And John, just bringing you back in slightly, just one more word on Tottenham. And who do you think will be the new manager of Tottenham come the summer?
All the eyes pointing at Pochettino at the moment, isn't it? The return of Mauricio Pochettino. That's what seems what the fans want, and that's something apparently Danny Levy kept a very close contact with Pochettino over the last 3 or 4 years since he's been sacked. But I think the best person for it is Nagelsmann. And again, just like Chelsea, if they do sack Potter, it's going to be a fight, isn't it? It's going to be a fight between Chelsea, Tottenham and Real Madrid, trying to get the ex-Bayern Munich man. I personally think, just before we finish, Josh, I think there's a goal, isn't it?
Yes, there is a goal, and it's a second goal for Newcastle.
Naira bet better than ever.
And this is a result that is going to have Newcastle fans partying into the night. It was the game that gave them the opportunity to lay the gauntlet down and show the rest of the world that they mean business, not only this season, but for the seasons to come. It's going to be a result that sends shockwaves around the world and shows Newcastle United that maybe, just maybe, they are back. And they are a team who are going to be up the top and in the top 6 for a very, very long time. And Jack Hesson, tell us about the goal.
It is game, set and match for the Magpies and Newcastle United on the cusp of a historic win against Manchester United. It's Callum Wilson, the substitute, with the goal. A beautiful free kick by Kieran Trippier into the box. He evades everybody, Callum Wilson, in the box and heads it into the goal to give Newcastle a double of the advantage and look to be sealing the deal against Manchester United. What a win this will be, and as you said, it shows they are really amongst the big dogs now. They'll go third place with this victory, and that is massive for this city. 88 minutes played, Newcastle United 2, Manchester United 0.
Jack, put into words the atmosphere right now at St James's Park. It must be lift-off in that place.
It's without doubt the best it has been since this Eddie Howe era has started. Everybody's talking about the momentum, everyone's talking about how the crowd get behind them, and this has been the best example of it in this game. I think that's been a big factor why this result has went how it's went. They've kept behind their team and they've got themselves a victory out of it. Outside of that, however, Newcastle just look like a better side. They're just so much more well organised. They're so much more competent and so much more composed. Manchester United just look absolutely all over the place, and they have done since that game at Anfield. And I think this really does personify it. Again, I don't know. They've just looked like they've lacked answers. Manchester United and Newcastle just look like they've got all the momentum, and they look like they're the much better footballing side.
This is a huge result. Thank you, Jack Hessen. Wow. It is. There you go. I mean, that's sort of the noise that these Newcastle fans will be making. It is absolutely incredible. Newcastle fans, like I said, they will be partying into the night. Thank you so much, Jack. And there has been a goal at Roma.
Naira better than ever.
Roma have taken the lead in their game, so there's a goal there. Wijnaldum, ex-Liverpool player, who has put the team in front. They're looking to bounce back from their defeat to Lazio a few weeks ago, and against the 10-men Sampdoria, they are 1-0 up. They should be doing that. Beth Jordan Nicole, I know, because there's been a chance of Werder Bremen.
Yeah, a chance fell for Philip. Werder Bremen are really putting the pressure on in these last closing stages. Hoffenheim are just clearing the ball. They're parking the bus, but it's all Werder Bremen. Philip tried to put it into the top corner, but was very unlucky to destroy his shot. Just whistled past the crossbar. As we approach the last couple of minutes here, it's Werder Bremen 1, Hoffenheim 2.
5 minutes injury time in Newcastle. Jack Hessen, is there any way for Manchester United to get back into this game with 5 minutes, or is it too little too late?
No, I don't think there's any way back for them, barring an absolute miracle or the kind of collapse that they were lucky to get against Fulham the previous week before the break. They just look so lethargic. They just look like they're out of options again. Like that game at Anfield, like that game against Fulham the other week. They just don't seem to have the answers, especially going forward at the moment. You mentioned that stat about they've not scored a Premier League game now in 3 games if they weren't to score, and it really does show up front. They're just lacking any kind of options. I can't see any kind of miracle come back at this stage. Newcastle just look like the better side.
Panic station in Manchester United, Jack, or not quite yet?
I think so. I think things have been served a bit by the wins in the Europa League. The win against Fulham, which, as I mentioned, was quite undeserved from their part. They didn't play very well, but you look at that 7-0 against Liverpool, 0-0 against Southampton, now 2-0 against Newcastle. The wheels do feel like they're coming off the wagon a little bit, and they need to try and get some composure within the later stages. Otherwise, goodbye top 4.
Obviously, you've got to expect these ups and downs in form, haven't you? You've got to expect, things can't always be brilliant, especially with the new manager. Things are always going to be up and down. There's definitely work for Manchester United to do, and it starts today. It will start tomorrow after this defeat, because there will be an inquest with Erik ten Hag about how this happened. Manchester United fans, they're notoriously critical. They will have their thoughts, they will have their opinions, they will make them known about this result. Let's see if they can respond. But today, that's in the history books of the day. Newcastle United cemented their place as one of the top 6 or 7 teams, shall we say, in the Premier League, beating Man United 2-0. It really is something really is special happening at Newcastle, isn't it? Something very, very special. Newcastle 0, Manchester United 2, Werder Bremen 1, Hoffenheim 2. Those are the 2 games that we're covering with both our respective reporters at that match in England and Germany. We have 10 minutes till the end of the show, and 10 minutes where still a lot can happen. A lot could flip on its head. You never know. Man United could possibly make a comeback against Newcastle. Stranger things have happened. Werder Bremen could definitely make a comeback and rescue a point against Hoffenheim, but Hoffenheim, that would be disastrous for them. Remember, there is games this midweek as well, in Tuesday and Wednesday, because of the games that respective teams have missed. On Tuesday, it's AFC Bournemouth v Brighton Hove Albion, Leeds United v Nottingham Forest, Leicester v Aston Villa, and then the big one, Chelsea v Liverpool, 2 of the fallen giants for this year, going head-to-head at Stamford Bridge. It feels that could be the last game for Graham Potter. If he rescues a point there, if he gets up 3 points there, well, he could buy himself some time, but I've got a feeling that he might have the difficulties against Liverpool. And then on Wednesday, Man United, that's where they're going to look to bounce back. They've got Brentford at home. A game which you expect them to win, because it is Brentford at home. However, because they are playing Brentford at Old Trafford, however, Brentford are very good. We saw that yesterday with that enthralling game against against Brighton, 3-3 in that tie. 2 teams that are absolutely phenomenal. Score goals for fun. Brilliant teams to watch. Manchester United v Brentford then on Wednesday, and then West Ham United v Newcastle United. That's coming up at 8 o'clock as well on Wednesday. And then that's it for the Premier League ties in that game. So that's it for the Premier League ties. We said there could be more drama in the last 8 minutes. There is more drama because Werder Bremen are really knocking on the door, and it's only a matter of time before they knock it down.
They are really knocking on the door. If there was more minutes added on, there's only 4 minutes added on. If there was more time for Werder Bremen, you would think they would score with the pressure they're putting on. And they came so close. Philip, the former Dortmund forward, he's had an effort already that whistled past the crossbar. This time he hits the post from just outside the 6-yard box. Had the goalkeeper beaten, but just couldn't find the back of the net. Only a couple of minutes left in this one, but Werder Bremen are throwing the kitchen sink at Hoffenheim. It will be a massive 3 points if Hoffenheim can hold on. But only a few minutes left. Werder Bremen 1, Hoffenheim 2.
We're into the 96th minute between Newcastle and Manchester United. It's a game that Newcastle have controlled from start to finish. They've had more shots than United. They've got more goals than United, and that is why they are winning today, winning quite comfortably, and they are just seconds away from beating the team from Manchester. Newcastle 2, Man United 0. Coming up as well on Football Live next week, on Saturday. Next Saturday as well, which I will be. We've got Manchester United v Everton at 12:30. Won't be covering that game, but the games we will be covering are Aston Villa v Nottingham Forest, Brentford v Newcastle, Fulham v West Ham, Leicester v Bournemouth, Tottenham v Brighton, and Wolves v Chelsea. And you will catch the last half an hour of Southampton v Manchester City. And as I finish my sentence there, the game has finished between Manchester United and Newcastle. It is full time there. But before we get the full time report, from there we've got a penalty at Werder Bremen, and it is to the home team. Hoffenheim, remember, if they win today, they would go 4 points clear at the bottom of the Bundesliga. However, Werder Bremen, they were 2-0 down. They have upped the ante. They have turned the pressure up against Hoffenheim, and they have potentially found an equaliser, and they might be able to get it through 12 yards out through the penalty spot. That, hold your breath. If you're a Werder Bremen fan, and especially if you're a Hoffenheim fan, we talk about relegation now. It's a battle of margins. Well, as we said, this is not 3 points that Hoffenheim can afford to lose. It is a VAR, though, so it's unclear whether it is going to stand. It's been a show of VAR drama, hasn't it? A couple of goals that have been rightly or wrongfully given or disallowed, or incidents that rightfully or wrongfully been disallowed. But right now, Werder Bremen 1, Hoffenheim 2. It's currently at VAR, and they are checking for offside. This is drama, and this is Football Live.
Tottenham Hotspur.
It's all happening.
Against Brighton.
Game over. It really is.
Next Saturday. Exclusive coverage on Football Live.
It was a long ball over the top.
Well, it's gone by the form book.
It's been a pleasure having you with us.
You are listening to Football Live on Briller FM.
Football Live on Briller FM. Today's show is powered by Hollandia and Chivita.
4 hours of football every Saturday and Sunday on Briller FM with Football Live.
Follow NairaBet on Twitter at NairaBet and on Facebook at NairaBet Online to take part in our infamous giveaways, and you too can win big. NairaBet, the home of sports betting and fast payments in Nigeria. You are listening to Football Live on Briller FM 88.9 and 101.1 FM, powered by NairaBet.
Have your say on today's action and interact with Briller FM on Twitter at Briller FM 889, on Facebook at 889 Briller FM, and on Instagram Briller FM 889. You are listening to Football Live on Briller FM, powered by NairaBet, with Josh Bailey.
Yes, thank you very much. We've got 4 minutes to the end of the show, and it has been a show that has been packed full of drama everywhere we look. And before that, we were with Jordan Nicolai because Werder Bremen had a potential penalty. However, I don't think it was given in the end. They are ruling out for offside, Jordan.
Yes, it was not given. It was a blatant handball from Kabak. Kabak, the former Liverpool defender, as blatant as you would ever see. And he'll be thanking his lucky stars that was given as an offside, because in fact, just before he handballed it, Geiger was clearly offside when they checked the VAR. So Kabak will be thanking his lucky stars, because he almost cost his side what is a massive 3 points for Hoffenheim. Hoffenheim started the game very well. Kevin Akpoguma had a good game. goals from Kramaric and Baumgartner. It was enough for Hoffenheim to get the 3 points, massive 3 points, take them up to 25, and they'll be hoping that this can be what they use to bounce on to survive relegation in the Bundesliga. So this match ends Werder Bremen 1, Hoffenheim 2.
Drama there, and it was drama on Tyneside and between Newcastle and Manchester United, as Newcastle, well, they're living amongst the gods in the Premier League now, aren't they, Jack Essen?
They absolutely are. They're here and they're not going anywhere. And I think in the years to come, when success and trophy-laden seasons come to them, this will be the game I think that everybody remembers as the one where they made that statement to say, yes, we are here, we are amongst the big dogs in England. And it was a comprehensive performance from them. They were dominant throughout the first half. Should have got the goal. Joe Willock had 2 golden opportunities in the first half to give Newcastle United the lead. But in the second half, he made his third chance count when the ball came in across the face of goal from Sam Maximan's header to give him a tap in and give Newcastle United the lead. Manchester United just looked so lethargic going forward. They brought on substitutes, none of them worked. And then in 88 minutes, Kieran Trippier's inch perfect free kick finds the head of substitute Callum Wilson to send St James's Park into delirium and send Newcastle United to third place in the Premier League. This is a massive win for them, the first in 7 against Manchester United, and it feels like a special one for the Magpies. Full time at St James's Park, Newcastle United 2, Manchester United 0.
Thank you so much, Jack. Brilliant commentary over there. Really was. I mean, you've watched a fantastic game, and the commentary was even better to match. And there we go. What a way to end Football Live there. Newcastle beating Manchester United 2-0 in that game. Earlier in the Premier League as well, West Ham beat Southampton 1-0. As for Saturday, Manchester City beat Liverpool 4-1. Arsenal beat Leeds 4-1. Bournemouth beat Fulham 2-1. Brighton drew 3-0 with Brentford. Crystal Palace beat Leicester 2-1. Nottingham Forest drew with Wolves 1-0. And then Chelsea lost 2-0 to Aston Villa. This has been Football Live. Thank you to the team of producers. Thank you to the team of reporters. And we will see you next week.
Today's show was produced by John Kane and powered by Hollandia Civita and our official betting partner, NairaBet.